for affordable eye care and a whole lot more. T's and C's apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. From the wilds of Reunion Island and the ancient lands of Zimbabwe, two raging bulls meet for a heavyweight title clash as Elvis Moyo takes on Anthony Morrell. Plus, Fahis Jacobs and Sibusiso Sovendile fight for bantamweight gold. EFC 122, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Honey, what are you doing?
I'm stretching for tonight.
I thought you're not dancing at bachelorette parties anymore.
Baby, we need the money to put Johnny through matric, mos.
And what's the police uniform for?
The clients feel safer when I wear it.
No, man, just sell your bucky to We Buy Cars. They give the best prices and they pay you within minutes.
Okay, but can I just go and dance one more time, please? You know how much I love it.
No, the buyer's already on his way here.
Wow, okay.
Strapped for cash? Just sell your vehicle to We Buy Cars. The easiest way to sell your car by far.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So April 27th is a very important day in South Africa's calendar, Democratic South Africa's calendar, because it marked the very first vote we all had, 27th of April 1994. So that comes up again within a week or two, right? You know that. But this has just got me thinking, by the way, that we know that, we have to elect, we vote for a party and a party votes for a president. So I know this is very, very hypothetical, right? But if we had the chance to appoint, if you had a chance to appoint, not even vote, if you could appoint a president of your choice, provided the person must be 35 years old or younger, and you could directly appoint that person as the president of South Africa. It's hypothetical. I just wonder who you would choose. So tell me who you choose and tell me why. I'm just interested to know where that goes, because I want to learn something or two about just the young South Africans and their capacity to lead the country. Now, my name's Ashraf Garda. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the National Pulse here on SAFM. Great to have you with us. And we're going to talk for the next 3 hours on some of the biggest issues in the country, including the NPA's reopening of the inquest into the deaths of two significant leaders. We'll also chat about violence, sexual violence in the Sudan that we must talk about. Then there's a fascinating story about a South African winning 2 global awards that we will touch on just now. And later on, we will chat about the state of the city of Tshwane with the mayor herself. All of that comes up and so much more, right? Now, you can engage with me by calling in 086 000 2032. And if you are tweeting, just tweet right away and just send us a picture of where you are listening in. Just say, hey, I'm here. I'm listening to SAFM. Dial locked onto the show. You can tweet using the hashtag The National Pulse, and then tag SFM Radio and myself, Ashraf Garda. But if you're up to WhatsApping, do that as well. 0614 104 107. And we take voice notes or text messages on WhatsApp. Voice notes maximum 30 seconds each. Right, let's get to certainly one of the most important issues that we need to talk about on a day that also many people are reflecting on the death, once again, the anniversary death of Chris Hani, right? Well, the National Prosecuting Authority has reopened the inquest into the deaths of the ANC leader, Chief Albert Luthuli, and the human rights lawyer, Griffith Mxenge. According to apartheid regime's records, Luthuli was killed after being hit by a train in 1967 in Grootville, north of Durban, while Mxenge was brutally stabbed 45 times in Umlazi near Durban in 1981. So both inquests are now reopening at the Pietermaritzburg High Court, and that comes up next week. Let's get perspective on how significant this is with Mthunzi Luthuli, who's the first grandson of Chief Albert Luthuli. Mthunzi, appreciate you connecting to us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the listeners of SAFM.
Thank you. Firstly, tell me about your reaction, your emotions upon hearing of the fact that the inquest into your grandfather would be reopened.
The reaction was it was a bittersweet moment, I can put it that way. A sweet in the sense that, finally the inquest would be opened and the facts would be laid bare for everyone to hear and see for themselves as to what happened on the day, on the 21st of July 1967. And that hopefully some justice will be achieved. On the other hand, it was bitter because it has come so late in the day. As they always say, justice delayed is justice denied. A lot of the people that were involved in Chief Lutuli's murder have died, and the family hasn't known the truth, or at least the full truth, for all these years. And the question that remains, Ashraf, is why has it taken so long for our government and the ANC to address these issues? As you might know, we're not the only family. The Kalata family, for instance, is fighting its own battles. Kalata from the Craddock Four, the Griffiths in Kanye. There are many, many families that have had to take this fight and fight it by themselves, fight their own ANC-led government to get these inquests opened. So this leaves very, very big questions.
And what are those questions?
Well, firstly, maybe we should say answers. What are the answers to this question? Many of us, who are members of the families of the victims of apartheid, believe, and it's not just a belief, it's a strong belief based on the actions of the ANC-led government and some of the other evidence that we have, that in fact there was a deal between the Nationalist Party and other white parties or other parties, political parties in the white establishment, between them on the one hand and the ANC on the other, not to prosecute the perpetrators of apartheid crimes. In fact, you might know, you might remember, Mr. Rodriguez, who killed Ahmed Timur, did actually confess when he was in the High Court, in the Johannesburg High Court. He did say that he shouldn't be prosecuted, he shouldn't be in court. And when they asked him why you say that, he said no, because there was a deal that we would not be prosecuted. So this is the betrayal that black people have had to suffer, and it's been covered up all of these years. That's the answer.
All right, but let's understand this. When we say, just so we get perspective, when we talk about reopen the inquest, that means there was an inquest, the inquest was completed or closed, and now it's been reopened. So give us a timeline. When was that original inquest into the two people we referred to, one, of course, being your grandfather? When was that completed? So I can understand the gap on the timeline, yeah.
Yeah, so that inquest was in September 1967. Okay? And I think it started and ended in September 1967. Okay? That inquest was basically just a whitewash. It was a lie. Everything that was told. Basically, in the end, what the inquest found was that Chief Lutuli was run over by a train and died. And the reason that he was run over by a train is because he couldn't see, his eyesight was bad, and that he couldn't hear anymore. Now, Immediately we knew as a family that that was wrong because we lived with Chief Luthuli, okay? So we knew that he wasn't blind, neither was he deaf, okay? And it's not just us as the family. Everybody who knew Chief Luthuli, the community. Chief Luthuli was also, by the way, a preacher in church. So he used to read the Bible in church and preach and everything. So, and he was a leader in his community, not just in South Africa and internationally. And so he walked around and spoke to everybody around our community. So the community also knew that this was a lie because Chief Luthuli was neither blind nor deaf.
Okay, so I mean that obviously is what the inquest will determine. But just two things before we wrap up the conversation, which I think is really important. You made the point, that there was this collusion between the political parties. It would be, if it's white party, we're talking about the Nats at the time, and then members of the ANC, right? Why are you so confident that that's what happened? Because I'm particularly interested in the ANC perspective as to why would ANC leaders then, was it then or in democratic South Africa who then decided to say, let's hush the story up? What would be the motivation for that?
Because it was one of the demands that was made by the Nationalist Party as a condition for them to hand over power to the ANC. Okay?
All right. Are you saying that as a fact, or you're speculating, or you know that as a fact?
That is the short answer. And it wasn't the only condition. Other conditions relate, for instance, to the issues of the economy and the land and the properties that white people own, those kinds of things. And that is why no change has happened in South Africa. And we're not saying this as a conspiracy theory or just some belief that is not founded on anything. Like I say, there are people who have confessed to this. There are people like João Rodrigues. There are writers who have written about these things and who have said TRC was just a political theater. But over and above that, we have documentary evidence that shows that Vusi Pikoli, who was head of the NPA, and Mogodedi Mshe were actually stopped by ANC ministers to prosecute these cases.
And do you have names?
Yes, we do, but it won't be appropriate to reveal them here. But the fact is that these cases were the prosecution of these cases was stonewalled by the ANC.
Okay, you're going to testify, I understand, at the inquest yourself, yeah?
Yes, I will.
Right.
I will be testifying next week.
Just the last thing. I mean, clearly you paint a very grave picture, not about apartheid South Africa, but about the African National Congress, which I think is, and you can't measure one against the other because they're two different worlds that we live in, right? One should have the moral high ground, the other should not, right? But therefore, let me end with this, right? You've also put together a piece called The Philosophical Zombie and related that to the ANC. You've got a minute to tell us, what does that mean?
Yes, very quickly. A philosophical zombie is okay. It's not like the Hollywood zombies, but it's a person, okay, who looks like you and I and behave like you and I, and they do everything as if they're a normal person, but they don't have consciousness. They don't have feelings. They don't have internal consciousness. So a zombie will, for instance, if something cuts a zombie or they stub their toe, the zombie will scream and shout and say, "Oh, it's painful," like you and I, but they don't actually.
All right, but I need to push you very quickly because we're out of time. So what does it mean in relation to the ANC in 30 seconds?
It means that the ANC acts and behaves as if it's got the interests of black people at heart, when in fact it doesn't. It acts and behaves as if it feels the pain and the suffering of black people, when in fact it doesn't. Okay, this is the ANC post-1991. It's not the ANC of Chief Luthuli, of Oliver Tambo, and all the other presidents that came before 1990.
Okay, let's leave it at that. I'll tell you what, if that came from a right-winger, people may be furious. It's come from someone who's the grandson of Albert Luthuli, Mthunzi Luthuli, saying the ANC says something else, but they really mean something completely different. Wow. There's an inquest next week. This is the National Pulse.
Upgrade your TV game with the SABC TV license rewards. It's your golden ticket to VIP treatment. Imagine signing up at sabctvlicenserewards.co.za, racing through a few steps, and bam! Instant reward, just for being you. Plus, pocket up to 500 Rand back. That's the cherry on top. But wait, it's not just about the cash. We're talking about sweet deals and epic rewards. Think discounts on all your favorite things, from shopping to travel and entertainment. Your payment unlocks a world of fun. So, why wait? Dive into the excitement. Join the SABC's TV license rewards at sabctvlicenserewards.co.za. Hit those buttons and watch your TV experience level up. T's and C's apply. Remember, TV license fees aren't just payments, they make a difference.
Last season's finalists, Masandawana, want to reach another final, but Amakosi believe their fans deserve a special ticket to the final. This is the Nedbank Cup semi-final contest. Catch Mamelodi Sundowns versus Kaizer Chiefs on Sunday, 13 April, live streaming on SABC Plus and SABC One at 5:30 p.m. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
April is Freedom Month, a month to reflect, celebrate, and move forward. SAFM is bringing you powerful stories, insightful debates, and voices that shape our nation. Stay tuned to SAFM, where freedom, history, and the future meet. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, we'll be connecting with a guest from Amnesty International coming up shortly around some of the issues around sexual atrocities really within a war context coming up, right? But in the meantime, I certainly welcome your thoughts on the conversation I had with Mthunzi Luthuli. I mean, what do you make of it? What do you make of what he said, that in fact there was collusion to basically squash that investigation? There was collusion all these years, and that's why the inquest, well, that was ended in the 60s, just never reopened over 40, 50 years. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And what do you make about what he thinks of the ANC even right now? Now, if you have an opinion, you can call in to 086 000 2032. Of course you have an opinion. I know you do. Let's hear it. 0614 104 107. And that's WhatsApp, right? And by the way, that question I asked you earlier, just some fun. Let me think about this one. You think about it too. If you could directly appoint a president, under 35, but it's your choice, you could directly appoint a president, who would you appoint? Not elect, appoint. It's your choice. A South African below 35 to lead the country. Hypothetical, having some fun, but certainly thinking about the future too. Phumzile, let's get your thoughts. Phumzile, hi.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very good indeed. Go for it. You want to comment on Chris Hani, right?
Yeah, 1993 today, we lost a gallant, very agile leader. But you know, it is very paining, in fact, Ashraf, to have seen Yalus Walus being released to go home, where he has been received like a hero after killing a freedom fighter, a person who spent his life fighting for us as the oppressed to be free.
So what about Janus Valus, being sent back home, right? That so infuriates you. Tell me more.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying, before I get into that, Chris Hani spent his life fighting for the freedom. Just on the eve of us getting that freedom, he got killed by Jalus Walus, who was associated with the White Conservative Party. like your Clive Derby Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it's an injustice, in fact, for him having been released. You remember the story of Dimitri Tsafandes?
Yeah, can I push you? I need to push you from here because time is always restricted, unfortunately.
Yes.
So your point?
No, my point stands that he should have been kept in jail as Dimitri Tsafandes was kept for killing Fairwood.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
That is the point. He should have been kept there.
All right. So you're saying the term even now is not long enough. It needed to be forever.
He should have died in jail because Krisani died.
Okay. I wonder whether others think the same. Pumzile, thank you for that thought as well. Right. Let's get further opinions. We go to the Western Cape now. Les, go for it. Hello.
Okay.
Les. Yeah. Hi, Les.
Hi.
Yeah.
How are you?
You're live on the air. Go for it, Les. Yes.
No, I want to talk about the death of the Christiani. When we talk about the death of the Christiani, I understand that we can have a memory about the Christiani, but we must be transmissional, whereby sometimes we must focus what is happening for current time. That most of the youth, they are not interested for voting or politics here in South Africa. The reason why we are dwelling on the past than to go forward or to look for what is our outstanding that we're supposed to do for our own here in South Africa. That is why you see when you come to the voting, the youth are not participating for voting because we left them behind. People are dwelling on the past whereby they're always talking about what happened in 1914.
Okay. I'm going to move on. You say you have left them behind. I wonder how many feel about that point. Thank you for that. We do need to move on, Les. Thanks for that, right? Let's... all right, that's one. Maybe there's time for one more call that we've got, right? Or there's lots of people maybe commenting on WhatsApp. I'll check it out as well. By the way, if you're listening for the very first time, I always want to know that because listening and calling in for the very first time, I just want to know that because I want to welcome you to the show. Like, what's wrong in that, right? Certainly give you the type of high five that I think you need. Let me just see if there's another comment. In fact, there's a few talking about the philosophical zombie. Right. Okay. Well, look, that's his opinion. Nelson who's saying that ironically. Mandla in Cape Town. Go for it. Hello.
Yeah, Ashraf.
Yeah, go for it, Mandla.
Yeah. I would appoint the mayor of Cape Town, Gordon Lewis, for the excellent job that he's done. Cape Town voted the best city in the world under him, and even clean audit by the Auditor General. I mean,
so you'd appoint him to what? To what position?
Presidency.
As per my comment, yeah. Has he qualified below 35? Just checking.
Yeah, he's under 35.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, amazed. Okay, so got that.
Appoint him.
You would appoint him as the president.
He's done very well for the city of Cape Town.
All right.
I know people want to rubbish that by saying, "Oh, look at Kylie Shep and all that." Clean audit doesn't mean that, and clean governance doesn't mean that you build houses for everybody, because there's no money to build houses for everybody. Clean governance means that the money you have, you utilize it to what you have budgeted for, and there's tangible evidence that you've done that, you see? And you cannot say the same to where the ANC governs. And on the other president above 35, I would appoint Halima Mutlande.
Okay. No, we're only going below. We're only going under 35s. But we're only going under 35s for now, Mandla, just to see where that goes. Appreciate your comment. So we got one, Jordan Hill Lewis. So we said, my question is, under 35, you had the chance to directly appoint a president to South Africa. It's hypothetical, I know that. It's a bit of fun. But I want to think about where the talent of South Africa's young people lie. Where are they? So here's one. We've got one. 3:30. Let's get the news headlines.
Thank you, Ashraf. For the news headlines, Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi says more than 1,000 posts will soon be opened up for unemployed doctors in the country. He was addressing the media in Centurion in Pretoria. The Joint Standing Committee on Defence says it is concerned about the continuous reduction of the budget allocation for the South African National Defence Force, and the head of the Israel Air Force says he will dismiss the reservists who have signed a letter demanding that the return of Israeli hostages should be prioritized over fighting Hamas. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We kick off PM Drive Time with news of a crash on the N1 North at New Road. So very quickly, the traffic is already piling up from Buccleuch interchange. If you're on your way to Joburg towards Pretoria, that looks quite thick and heavy. The R21 south between the Bobsfontein exit and the Benoni off-ramp being held up towards the airport into the work zone. And if you're driving out of Pretoria towards Bronkhorstspruit, there's a crash before the Cullinan exit. The N4 East is under a bit of pressure into that one as well. Driving from Pietermaritzburg down to Durban, a backlog between Cato Ridge and a crash scene at Hammersdale. Also, collision leaving Durban on the M4 at Blue Lagoon, so that traffic backlogging leaving the city centre on your way through towards the Umhlanga area. And Cape Town, the N7 going north remains fairly heavily backed from Plattekloof Road up through Dunoon. There's a fire incident inside Dunoon, and you've got some emergency service vehicles in the left lane, so queuing pressure as you head up towards the Dunoon exit, Malabongwe Drive. If you're on your way out of town towards Malmesbury or Melkbos, that's a problem. The N2 from the city centre all the way through to Bunga Avenue is quite slow, and there's some queuing pressure coming into Cape Town as well on the N2 today from Bunga Avenue through to about Rappenberg Road. Little obstruction in the left lane before you get to that Rappenberg exit. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
I'm in a rather royal mood, to me. Tell me more.
Well, it's not looking very royal for them because Royal AM has officially been expelled from the Premier Soccer League. Representatives of all 31 professional teams in the PSL voted today and backed the league's executive committee to cancel Royal AM's membership with immediate effect. As a result, the 15th place side will go into the relegation promotion playoffs, with all teams finishing their campaign on 28 games. So they are gone. But still staying with football, messages of praise and congratulations continue to pour in for Mamelodi Sundowns, Orlando Pirates and Stellenbosch FC following their historic qualification for the CAF semi-finals. Amazulu are the latest, saying that this milestone is a testament to the quality, resilience and ambition of South African football on the continental stage. For the first time since South Africa's return to international football back in 1992, 3 out of 4 teams that entered the CAF Interclub competitions this season have reached the semi-finals. Here's Orlando Pirates head coach Jose Rivero.
They told me just now that Stellenbosch is in the next round, which is a huge achievement for them as well, and it's something to congratulate them, and it's a very good news for the league. I think it shows how competitive this league is, how difficult it is, and how good these 3 teams are doing right now. No, we don't have a spirit of unity. We have a spirit of unity with ourselves, and we have enough. But again, at the same time, I'm happy to, and I'm not just trying to be nice. I think we're representing the country, we're representing the PSL, and we are doing it in a magnificent way. And we have to be happy to find the 3 teams in the last stages of the competition is a huge achievement. Trust me. But again, we are competitors when we have to be, and we also, I think we have, all of us, I guess for them is the same, the capacity to understand that this is a very good news for the South African football.
Meanwhile, Stellenbosch FC coach Steve Barker says that Bafana Bafana in return are benefiting.
In a very short space of time, we won a cup in our domestic league last season. This season we're in the final of the MTN. We've played often against teams like Orlando Pirates and Sundowns, and we've held our own. I'm not sure what Orlando Pirates, if they won or lost today or they threw, but it does show that South African football, is strong. Our national team is doing well at AFCON. We may qualify for the World Cup, so I think it's healthy. It's good that, there's certain regions that can try and compete against the giant of African football, which is the North Africans. So we're very proud of what we're doing and look forward to the game against them.
Then moving on on to swimming. 6 new events have been added to the Olympic swimming program, with 50-meter breaststroke, butterfly, and backstroke to be contested for the first time at the 2028 Los Angeles Games. Previously, only freestyle was raised over the sport's shortest distance. This is despite all 4 strokes being on the schedule at World Championships. The inclusion for Los Angeles brings the swimming gold medal count to 41 from 35 at the 2024 Paris Olympics. Then on to tennis. Grigor Dimitrov beat home favorite Valentin Vacherat 4-6, 6-3 and 6-1 at the Monte Carlo Masters. The Bulgarian will face Alejandro Tabilo in the round of 16 after he caused a shock upset against Novak Djokovic. They take to the court around 10-5 this afternoon. Then in golf, Jordan Spieth is eager to get himself back in contention with the best players in the world, but he admits that he still has a way to go in his return from wrist surgery as he prepares for this week's Masters tournament. Spieth underwent surgery in August on his left wrist, which had bothered him since at least May 2023, and he returned to action at the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am early in February and has been up and down since then, tying for 4th at the WM Phoenix Open before missing the cut at the Genesis Invitational. I'll have more on other sports.
So the Royal AM story, just to get that clear, they're out of this season's league season, right?
They're out.
That's
Their
it.
membership is cancelled.
Okay.
They're
But
not
does the
there anymore.
club still exist? Meaning that can somebody buy that franchise of the club for next season?
Yes. They can, but their membership, I don't know how it's going to work around them coming back into the PSL. The team will still be there. If someone wants to buy it, perhaps they can. They probably would have to go to the SAFA leagues, to compete.
Yeah, so that means they lose their Premier League status. If I want to buy the club, fine, I can buy the club, but they're not a Premier League club anymore. They start to, which makes the club's, the value of the club far less than what it's worth. Yeah.
So basically, they can't be in the NSL anymore because their membership now is...
Anymore? And they get promoted? Okay, we'll think about that one. But it certainly means that in terms of what we know from a professional league point of view, that's history. Yeah. Okay, points taken. Right, more sport to me in an hour's time.
EFC is live this Thursday. From the wilds of Reunion Island and the ancient lands of Zimbabwe, 2 raging bulls meet for a heavyweight title clash as Elvis Moyo takes on Anthony Morel. Plus, Fahiz Jacobs and Sibusiso Sovendile fight for bantamweight gold. EFC 122, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
First Take SA, 5 to 6 a.m.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says business cannot dictate terms to the government or the ANC as tensions rise with its GNU partner, the Democratic Alliance, over the national budget. Mr. Monaghed, now as the president of the Black Business Council, how do you interpret this statement?
Part of the problem that we need then to confront as a country is that you cannot then be held at ransom by a particular party. There are no risks in an event where they exit the government of national unity because there is a trade war. We have the time to be fighting over our petty issues whereas Rome is burning.
Elvis Preslin on SAFM.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
You know, one of the worst things about the world that we live in is, you have wars which already are bad. There's lots of injustice. And then so many of the wars then drift into, weapons of war. And many of them are sexually related weapons of war where, young people are victims, females, of sexual violence. That appears to be the case once again, with Amnesty International now saying they've released a report on sexual violence committed by the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, that's in the Sudan. The report shows that the RSF have carried out widespread conflict-related sexual violence, including rape, gang rape, and sexual slavery. That's across towns and villages in the Sudan. Let's find out more about it with Sarah Jackson, who's Amnesty International's Deputy Regional Director for East and Southern Africa. Sarah, appreciate your time. We're talking on a bad time because this is clearly not good news. This is terrible.
It really is terrible. This report that we've published today, They Raped All of Us, Sexual Violence Against Women and Girls in Sudan, makes for a harrowing read. But these are experiences of women that we must amplify and use that to push continental and international institutions to action.
Tell me more about what you know. I mean, I've sort of read the bullet points, but maybe you can give me some more detail.
Sure. Well, the Rapid Support Forces, this is a paramilitary force in Sudan that has been fighting the Sudanese army, have used rape, gang rape, sexual slavery, and sexual assault to humiliate women, to assert control, and to forcefully displace families and communities. And this is a response to the agency of women during the revolution in Sudan back in 2019. It is to humiliate and break down communities. And the situation is absolutely dire, and the international response completely reprehensible.
Okay, let's stay with that part. The response. Why is it reprehensible? Meaning, why I would take it reprehensible would really mean there's a complete absence of response, right?
Well, sure. I mean, these women, they've suffered torture, they've suffered cruel and inhumane treatment, and we as Amnesty International, for the first time, are making a determination that the Rapid Support Forces have committed crimes against humanity. These are crimes that should offend us all. And yet these women, survivors of sexual violence, have suffered physical injuries, they've suffered psychological trauma, and they've not been able to access health and reproductive services. They've suffered tremendous stigma. And one of our key calls as Amnesty International, and together with other groups, is for the arms embargo on Darfur to be extended to the rest of Sudan and for it to be properly enforced, because the country is just awash with arms coming from many different countries. The United Arab Emirates is sending arms to support the RSF. And this really has to stop. So it's critical for the African Union to take a stand at the UN Security Council and just to say enough is enough. This arms embargo needs to work.
How many, when we talk about sexual violence against women and young female children, right? What are the numbers? How many people are we talking about?
Sure. So for this report, we've interviewed 30 people, and these include 16 survivors of sexual violence and their relatives and others. We've corroborated information where possible, but this really is just the tip of the iceberg, right? This is a fraction of cases. And what we've done is we've situated this within other documentation by other organizations to really build a larger picture of what's going on, because women face difficulty and stigma in reporting these cases. So it's very difficult to get a accurate sense of the overall scale, which we think is likely massive.
And what is the global trend on this? Meaning, I know that it may differ from region to region, right? But I take it that these trends of sexual violence against young people effectively as a weapon of war, right? I mean, that cuts across religion and ethnicity and race. It's just people who are being opportunistic. So my point is, what is the global trend on that? Is it more frequent or less frequent?
Well, I'm best placed to speak to the East Africa and Horn of Africa trend on this. And as Amnesty International, we've documented similar cases in the Tigray region of Ethiopia, where survivors groups are now mobilizing and advocating for justice and for reparations. And we're also actively involved in investigating the situation in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, which really has gone back to the late 1990s. And once again, sexual violence in the conflict there is rampant.
What you spoke about the call, for action. Of course, one would be a regional call, then continental, and then global call. How do you think that's going to be acted upon?
Well, we think it has to be. One of the things that I found so moving and quite frankly shocking when we were preparing this report is we went back into our archives to look at what has Amnesty produced in the past on the situation, and we dug out a report from 2004, conflict-related sexual violence in Darfur, by the Janjaweed, the earlier incarnation of the RSF, against women and girls. And the two reports just have striking similarities. And I think the message that we're getting now from Sudanese civil society, Sudanese activists, is that this is 21 years of impunity. This is 21 years too much. And Pan-African civil society, different institutions, different governments, including in South Africa, really need to take a concrete stand.
Okay. And the big question is, will they, right? But I understand if, as we talk about it, then the answer would be like, I really don't know. Sarah Jackson, appreciate your time. Amnesty International's Deputy Regional Director for East and Southern Africa. We'll talk about a winner right after this.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, I tell you what, it's wonderful to talk sometimes away from some of the bigger issues to talk about some of the more serious, some serious celebrations as well, right? So we have now with us Ngazelo Nililo, who's the winner of 2 global awards at the Women Changing the World Awards. So let's find out more about what these awards about, what was done. Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much. I'm back in South Africa. I arrived just yesterday from attending the Global Women World Awards. I came out with 3 awards. So I got 2 golds and 1 silver. I was awarded for women in therapy and mental health services, and so I got the gold for that. And also for women in social enterprises and nonprofits, I got gold for that too. And surprisingly, I also received an award from the Duchess of York for a Golden Heart. So I got a Golden Heart award. Yeah, so very excited for being recognized for the work that I've been doing in mental health and trying to support communities that are struggling with the effects of trauma. Yeah, so that is what it was all about.
Well, tell me more about the actual work in mental health that you do.
So I run a nonprofit organization called Paula that I founded in 2016. So we work primarily in disadvantaged communities around Gauteng, primarily in Johannesburg. And so we offer mental health services for free. But what makes our work quite unique is that we talk about using culturally sensitive mental health and psychosocial interventions. And that basically means that we do not base our work on Western models of providing mental health and therapy, but we work from the premise that communities have skills, they have knowledges, and that we can learn from them and with them and create our own methodologies that can help people to thrive and be their best and overcome trauma.
So give me examples of how that's played out, because, of course, lots of people have plans and programs, but I gather that yours has worked. So tell me about that.
Yeah, so I developed Tree of Life in 2006, and it was developed for children affected by AIDS. But Tree of Life has succeeded and is in over 60 countries around the world. And I think the recognition is primarily coming from the work that has been done with Tree of Life. And so basically it's, trying to help people to understand that they are not totalized by their problems, that they are bigger than their traumas, and moving away from very trauma-focused, Western ideas around what therapy should be. So this idea of a tree involves inviting people to draw a tree, and each part of the tree represents something significant about their lives. looking at your roots and where you come from. What are the things that make you strong and give you, the things that give you a sense of rootedness? Looking at your culture, your own heritage, and the things that make you feel proud about who you are.
Okay, I'm very interested to get more about the actual tree and what this award, or awards in this case, really means for you, your career, and the type of work and the impact that you've committed to. We'll do that right after this.
Begin with Buco, and you could hit the road with a brand new trailer. We're giving away 94 trailers nationwide, fully loaded with home building and maintenance supplies to fuel your next project, road trip, or business venture. Spend 1,000 Rand or more in store at Buco. Fill in your entry form and drop it in our competition box. It could be you. Shop, enter, and win with Buco. T's and C's online.
Buco. The Bavarians want to display quality play to emphasize why they are called FC Hollywood. But BVB is courageous to cement a decent spot in the top half. It's all or nothing. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Catch one of the world's greatest football derbies, the Klassiker, FC Bayern München versus Borussia Dortmund. This Saturday, 12 April at 6:30 p.m. Streaming live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on TTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Weekend View with Bongiwe Zwane from 6 to 7 a.m.
Has the Democratic Alliance become an unwelcome GNU guest? That is the subject of our Sunday morning discussion. Tabira in Sekhukhune.
I totally disagree with what Professor Mayer say and Professor Gumede say, to say that the minister has performed well.
And some are saying that maybe you need more money to get a properly skilled prosecutor. Is that where the problem is? And is the NDPP, in your view, someone that can still continue to run this institution?
One, money cannot be the problem where there are challenges that can be resolved without money. There are about 6 senior positions in the NPA that are not filled, and those positions are funded. There is money for those.
Let us be frank and honest about the NPA. The NPA has lost its credibility on many fronts.
Hashtag SAFM Weekend View.
On Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's complete the conversation with Ngazelo Mliliu, who is the winner of 2 global awards at the Women Changing the World Awards. In fact, she said 3. There's another award, so very much in the news. This is a person who is a narrative therapist and psychosocial specialist. So let's get to this, right? What is these... well, you spoke about the tree that was just before the break. Tell me more about the different trees or trees of life methodology that you talk about.
Yeah, so the Tree of Life methodology, it's just an approach and methodology that helps people to tell their stories in ways that make them stronger and more hopeful about life, not focusing on deficit, on pathology, or pathologizing people, but really trying to draw out people's strengths, their skills, and helping them to develop a sense of personhood. So it's a fantastic methodology. As I said, it's done very well internationally, and it's being used in countries like Palestine. It's used in the UK, in Ukraine. It's used just all over Australia, Canada, Brazil, and so on. And people have found that it is very useful to help people to come out of stuckness. When you're traumatized and you're feeling like there is no hope.
Okay.
Something that helps you to see possibilities and to start to appreciate
who
yourself more broadly.
Okay.
So that is what, the methodology has offered to the world.
Okay. Just lastly, getting this recognition, it's global recognition. How does that then circle back into you leveraging that to enhance the work you do, which means you enhance the impact that you create?
I think it's very significant that Africa got the award for one, and that we are, a community of people that is able to provide lessons in terms of how mental health can be done in ways that are, culturally relevant. So that in itself is big in that way. But for my own organization, it's hopefully that we'll be able to get more support and more investment for the mental work that we do, particularly appreciating the importance of community mental health, which is so important but underinvested in underinvested areas. So we are hoping that we're going to leverage partnerships and have people coming to learn from us and to see what we are doing to bring change in people's lives.
Okay, lots to consider and appreciate talking to you. Love talking to winners, and you certainly are that. A multiple winner is a lot more than just a winner. So, Zelo Lilo, thank you for your time, and a winner of significant awards at the Women Changing the World Awards. Thank you for your time. Right, let's get to your calls, your thoughts, your fingers on the pulse.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105.1 FM in Johannesburg.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, let's get to some of the calls now. Pule in Matlosana. Pule, go for it. Hello.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm great. What about you?
Look, man, short. This AfriForum thing, I've seen that they are taking the minister to apologize for what he said about that alleged rapist
Yeah.
that raped the child.
No, you see, you can't say he raped the child. That's exactly where the problem is.
No, I said the alleged.
Okay, sorry, I heard that. Now I got it. Go ahead, yeah.
Yes, I said the alleged.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why AfriForum is defending white people. They never issue a statement when a farmer, a pig farmer, who threw a black woman in the den of pigs that ate her. They never issue a statement. There are a lot of things that white farmers are doing against black people. And AfriForum will never issue a statement. But once a black person will do something or issue a statement against a white person, AfriForum, they are the first to jump.
So let me ask you this. I mean, I hear your point. I hear your point, and you make it very clearly. First of all, they should never defend someone who's wrong. Okay, so that's the first point. But in this case, they believe that this person was right and he was incorrectly fingered, and therefore that was wrong. Okay,
No.
but to your point about defending white people.
Color to them is very much important.
All right, so let me ask you this:
Color to them is very much important.
if color is important to them, do you not find that the EFF does the same thing? That they also tend to defend a position, provided that position comes from a black narrative, and that's it.
No, I've never heard it about EFF defending a black person against a white person. AfriForum can even go to an extent of going to court, litigating a black person against a white person, defending even a wrong thing. So I'm not saying EFF is not doing it, but I've been following what the AfriForum, the extremist of note, what they have been doing. This is it's an organization that stands for color in particular.
Okay.
So they're defending white people against the black people. Now, they are saying the minister must resign or must apologize. They've never even mentioned went to court. They went to Trump against.
No, but they're two separate issues. But just let me remind you, there's two separate issues. You may not like AfriForum, but there's one part about expropriation which they've gone around the world to. There's the other part that deals with prosecutions, and that's a different department. I'm not saying I'm not there to support them, not at all. I'm just saying we can't link one to the other. They really are two separate issues. But the fundamental part that you make, and I have to leave it at that because we're on to news now, is the fact that why are they only picking up causes of white people against black people? And I hear that, and I think by and large you may be correct, that's what they're doing. But is there a counter case to say that, do you not find that the EFF, which is a political party, tends to do the same thing as well? They pick up on a cause and they will be very clear and upfront that we will support a black cause, and that's it. You can decide who's right and wrong on that, and I'd like to get your thoughts on that. Let's get the news now. It's 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Ashraf. Top stories at 4 Health Department to open up posts for unemployed doctors, and Defence Committee reacts to budget cuts on SANDF. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi says more than 1,000 posts will soon be opened up for unemployed doctors in the country. He was addressing the media at Centurion in Pretoria. The sector continues to face immense pressure due to aging infrastructure and staff shortages. At present, over 1,800 qualified doctors remain without work. Motsoaledi elaborates.
We believe we are in a position to announce to you today that the Council has approved advertisement of 1,200 jobs for doctors, 200 nurses, and 250 other healthcare professionals at the cost of 1.78 billion rand. The Human Resources Unit will soon commence with recruitment processes once all logistics have been finalized.
The Joint Standing Committee on Defence says it is concerned about the continuous reduction of the budget allocation for the South African National Defence Force. The committee has held a joint media briefing with 2 other committees of Parliament that belong to the Peace and Security cluster. Committee Chairperson Malusi Gigaba says the decrease on the funding allocation of the SANDF has been a pattern since 1996.
As you will have noted from the budget, the defense budget increases only slightly, but which means when inflation is taken into consideration, it actually drops. It's a major issue of concern for us because since 1996, we have seen the defense budget growing gradually from over 2% of GDP to 0.7% as it stands right now.
In an effort to clamp down on crime and create a safe environment, the Western Cape government and the city of Cape Town have announced the deployment of more than 700 new LIP officers to crime-hidden areas. Cape Town Mayoral Committee member for Safety and Security, J.P. Smith, says the officers will be deployed to every ward as part of a plan to have more boots on the ground to fight crime. Since it was first launched in 2020, LIP members have made more than 40,000 arrests in the areas where they are deployed and have seized hundreds of illegal firearms. Smith says the deployment will hit the ground in September. He was speaking in Cape Town during an online media briefing.
Every ward in the city is going to get a dedicated group. Is getting an additional group of officers. It's be about 5 or 6 officers per ward. It's a huge step forward to go from 1 or 2 wards sharing an officer on duty at any given time to having at least 5 officers in a ward dedicated to that ward and making an impact there. That's a massive step forward.
South African consumers are increasingly turning to digital payments and reducing their reliance on cash. This came out in the Spend Trend 25 report, the 3rd annual collaborative report by Discovery Bank and Visa. It surveyed more than 1,000 customers and expanded its reach to include cities like Bloemfontein, Pretoria and Gqeberha. Visa country manager Lenishri Moodley attributes the rise in the use of digital services to growing trust.
67% of South Africans are saying they use cash very few times a month to not at all. And 84% of South Africans who use digital payments feel more secure making the online payments, especially when there's a 2-factor authentication.
The head of the Israeli Air Force says he will dismiss reservists who've signed a letter demanding that the return of Israeli hostages should be prioritized over fighting Hamas. The military said it would not allow personnel to engage in political protests. The BBC's Yolande Nell has the details.
The letter, signed by nearly 1,000 former and active Israeli Air Force personnel, doesn't call for refusal to serve, but it demands that the government brings back remaining Israeli hostages. It says that should happen even at the expense of immediately ending the war against Hamas. The letter also claims that the current fighting in Gaza is politically motivated. Most signatories are retired, but it's reported that dozens are still active reservists. Israel's military air power, which has been used extensively to wage war in Gaza, relies heavily on reservist pilots.
Recapping the top story, Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi says more than 1,000 posts will soon be opened up for unemployed doctors in the country. I am on Lambano for SFM News headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, teams to lose points after Royal AM expulsion from the PSL will make sense of this, and Simbini maps road to 2025 World Athletics Championships. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Here's the top stories we're watching on the traffic desk. The N1 North out of Joburg. Heavy backlogs now. This crash at New Road on the N1 North through Midrand, causing a tailback right through to Grayston Drive on the Mike 1 in Sandton. The R21 between the Bopsfontein exit and Benoni off-ramp is slow into the roadworks, and the N1 going south backlogging from Rivonia Road down to the Winnie Mandela Drive exit. Roadworks on the Malotto Road if you're driving into Pretoria just south of the dam. There's some construction there causing delays. Durban bound having left Pietermaritzburg, quite heavy queues between Cato Ridge and a truck crash recovery operation on at Hammersdale. Durban bound traffic really quite badly backing up into that scene. At Cape Town we had a fire inside Dunoon earlier this afternoon which caused big backlogs on the N7 going north from Plattercliff to Malabongwe. That fire has been extinguished, the lane closures have been lifted and the backlog has eased through. A little bit of a standout today going into Cape Town is the N2, unusual queue of traffic from Jan Smuts Drive exit through towards the Rapenburg Road off-ramp. The left lane closed as you come up towards that exit. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
CFI, a global leader in online trading, is now in South Africa. Access 15,000 plus instruments, currencies, stocks, metals, crypto CFDs, indices, futures, and more on world-class platforms. Enjoy zero pip spreads, no commission fees, and 24/7 support for confident trading. Visit CFI.trade for a secure, transparent trading experience. Don't miss the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda, Tuesdays at 16:45, proudly sponsored by CFI. CFI Financial, an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
The Bavarians want to display quality play to emphasize why they are called FC Hollywood. But BVB is courageous to cement a decent spot in the top half. It's all or nothing. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Catch one of the world's greatest football derbies. The Klassiker. FC Bayern München versus Borussia Dortmund. This Saturday, 12 April at 6:30 p.m. Streaming live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on TTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Night Talk with Oliver Dixon.
When leaders need to account, we call on them. When society needs to debate, reflect, and advance, we're here to have the conversation. Join me, Oliver Dixon, on Night Talk every Monday to Thursday from 10 to 12 midnight.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
We're going to play some sound clips regarding Chris Hani on a day that there's once again a commemoration, sadly, of the death, the assassination of Chris Hani, right? In the meantime, as we talk about new leaders, I've been asking that question. If you could appoint, I didn't say elect, if you could appoint, it's your choice, like by decree. If you could appoint a person that was under 35 that you would choose to be the president of the country, who would that be? And tell me why. So, Vukosi tweeting saying, "Hi Ashraf, listening to you from Chino. If I had a chance to select a young president for our country, I would select Naledi Chirwa. I think she had that thing of not being scared of telling the truth." Well, there you are. Let's get some more responses from you. You can call in. Not quite now. We'll take the calls later on, but you can WhatsApp, text message anytime on the show and play it. And as you've just seen, you can certainly tweet whenever you like. Just use that hashtag, The National Pulse. We'll pick it up quickly and then just tag SAFM Radio and myself. Right, let's get to another big issue. The Commission for Gender Equality, the Human Rights Commission, and the CRL Rights Commission, 3 Chapter 9 institutions, have outlined their response to what they say are systemic failures in the justice system. Okay, why are they saying that? This is a response after the acquittal of Timothy Omotoso, and has brought into sharp focus the plight of GBV victims. On the one hand, I would think the other would be the issues of how convictions are undermined by just bad responses. Now, Jabu Baloyi is the Commission for Gender Equality spokesperson. Let's get his thoughts or their thoughts. Jabu, appreciate your time. You're on the National Pulse.
Ashraf and the listeners of SAFM, good afternoon.
Thank you. Of course, we've had responses already a few days ago from different people, organizations, listeners as well, about something maybe botched up or not. What are your feelings?
Our feelings, Ashraf, as the three institutions, is that something has to be done in order to ensure that, we eradicate the scourge of gender-based violence. And as you will have heard the President several times talking about the National Gender-Based Violence Summit, Presidential Gender-Based Summit, and being so caring and so emotive about it. Yet somehow, somewhere down the line, we fail the President for his endeavor to arrest the scourge. Not only that, but it just goes to show, Ashraf, when you look at the withdrawal of cases in provinces, because provincially because of lack of DNA tests and backlog, where ministers will say we are almost done with the DNA backlog, which is not true. Secondly, you will see at times when the HSRC report, Ashraf, is saying 5 million women do not want to report cases of gender-based violence because they've lost confidence in the system. Police are not following through as investigators. And some at times, those within the Client Service Center, they play with people's lives.
We have lost Jabu just for a minute. Let's see if we can just pick up on that conversation. By the way, we've had some responses about...
Sorry, I'm still on the line.
Sorry, we lost you for a sec. Go ahead, Jabu. Yeah.
Some of them in the Client Service Center, like the case of Omotoso, you will recall that firstly, the police refused to open the case. It's a very serious indictment to the police. It's a very serious indictment to the law enforcement agencies, that when somebody comes with a case of abuse, a case of this, and we want to applaud the Hawks in the Eastern Cape when it comes to the issues of Omotoso. Had it not been them, this case wouldn't have seen the light of the day because the police were hell-bent in not opening the case against Timothy Omotoso. Another interesting aspect, Ashraf, what we have done, the CRL Rights Commission has done so much work on the ground, even the reports on how in secret spaces women are being abused and women are something like that. And the police see these cases. Why can't they make a follow-up? And somehow now in Omotoso, you find a very scathing judgment which targets the NPA for the incompetency of one of the prosecutors to say he was just someone who's not a credible person to be dealing with that case. And we knew all along it's a high-profile case, and yet we play with people's lives. For Cheryl Zondi, it was secondary victimization, and we continue to victimize people, secondary victimize people as people, whether it's the police, whether it's various entities. Yet we seem not to be winning the case against gender-based violence. And what is so appalling, Ashraf, you will hear ministers when they give statistics, they say that there's a 1%, 2% offenses and other related gender-based violence issues. And that is a very serious issue, according to all of us, to say you can't be uploading 2%. You need to be uploading that we're almost 90% done of the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in the country.
Well, I think we agree. I mean, I understand, therefore, that, your organization and the others, including the Human Rights Commission as well, you now you have a concerted plan to address these systemic failures. So what is your plan, and how will that plan then be played out and actually be addressed and adopted by the powers that really be?
In the next few months, Ashraf, we are sitting down to draft a pathway forward. We need to look at the modalities to do it because it will be 3 institutions involved. If it was one, it was going to be better. We are going to call people who were hard done by the system. We are going to call various people, including the NPA, to come and account. Because it's not only the Omotoso case that is... we had cases in Hammanskraal, we have got cases in the Eastern Cape, we have got cases where are long in the roll. Some are striking off the roll, some are being there, and people end up withdrawing them because of the systemic failures within the justice system. So we need to look at ways, how do we then unearth those systemic areas so that the justice system can self-correct. We know, we have seen it in Oscar Pitora's case, the case went, Chokofatso Pule, the case went very fast. Mfumile Jezile went very fast. Why then some of the cases are in the court roll for years? So as three institutions, we are coming with a judicial inquiry. We have had NPA wants to do it. We've had Parliament wants to do it. But we believe we are the three oversight institutions that are best placed to do those, so that it should be done without fear or favor, without any prejudice. And as Chapter 9 institution, we have that mandate to do such a thing, so that we restore the credibility of the people that we work with on the ground back to the system.
All right. Now, we know what happened or what didn't happen regarding the Omotoso case, but your last point is I think, significant. We need to restore the credibility, right? What do you think? What has caused such a decline or decay in prosecutors carrying out their job effectively and efficiently to the point where we are now questioning their credibility?
Some of the things we need to do is investigate, and then that investigation will bring us to the conclusion, because we cannot flag some of the issues and hearsays on the street, but we need to go to the root cause. What could it be? Maybe they're despondent, maybe there's something that we do not know what's going on within the NPA system. We do not know. So we cannot just say here now, it is, we point to it, but that judicial investigation by the three commission will lead us to the conclusion what really, without even us, blinking a bit and then trying to circumvent issues, but we'll point to the right issues in the right way, and so that we do not want to also to be seen to be spiteful, but we want to get to the root cause of the issues.
I think we all want to get to the root cause of the issues, absolutely. Jabu Baloyi, maybe a step in the right direction with the Commission for Gender Equality, the spokesperson there. Appreciate your time, and this in a collective response from the Commission for Gender Equality, the Human Rights Commission, and the CRL Rights Commission, effectively putting together now what they would think is a plan coming out of what many would consider a botched Timothy Omotoso case that saw him get off free when just about everything else suggested that should not have been the case. Well, this is the National Pulse.
Last season's finalists, Masandawana, want to reach another final, but Amakosi believe their fans deserve a special ticket to the final.
This is the Nedbank Cup semi-final contest. Yona.
Catch Mamelodi Sundowns versus Kaizer Chiefs on Sunday, 13 April, live streaming on SABC Plus and SABC One at 5:30 p.m. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Okay, let's talk about Chris Hani. It's incredible. 32 years now today since the death of Chris Hani. It was a Saturday morning. Certainly remember that very, very clearly, and obviously, and it's in its simplest or literalist form, the loss of a life. But it was never just the loss of a life. It is the loss of a leader, and potentially the loss of a leader of the country. A future president, maybe, if not president, deputy president. But then maybe the loss of a dream for many people as well. Right now, he was assassinated. There's been comment, there's been lots of discussion around, whether justice has been served around that issue. But every year around this time, certainly people, I would think, in leadership get together and they lead these commemorations. And today it's the same once again. In this case, the commemoration in the Eastern Cape. So 32 years now since his death. The Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, he spoke. We're going to pick out some sound clips. He first spoke about that period, that assassination, and that possibility at that time of a civil war.
Today, the world has come to know Martin Tembisile as Chris Hani, a revolutionary, a commissar, a commander of Umkhonto weSizwe, General Secretary of the South African Communist Party, member of the ANC National Executive Committee, a leader of the workers, a parent, a husband, a martyr, whose blood cleared the way to the 1994 democratic breakthrough. The assassination of Comrade Chris on this day in April 1993 by Janus Wallus marked a pivotal moment in our transition to democracy, as the killers aimed to plunge the country into civil war. However, despite the pain, the anger of our people, the death of Comrade Chris Hani united the majority of our oppressed people in their pursuit for freedom and democracy. Remarkably, on the 27th of April 1994, South Africa held its first non-racial election to end the apartheid system. The ANC seized a date from reluctant apartheid government leaders who were resisting this reality by creating excuses and inflicting violence on innocent people in trains, in buses, in taxis, in workplaces and communities. Today, we can enjoy the fruits of hard-earned freedom thanks to the contribution as a sacrificed mortal amongst many selfless martyrs, such as Solomon Mahlangu, who was hanged by the apartheid regime on the 6th of April 1979 for no crime other than his love for his people and freedom.
All right, so that is the Deputy President Paul Mashatile, right? Now, in the meantime, I think let's see if we can cross over to a press briefing by the ANC. The Secretary General, Fikile Mbalula, is, addressing that briefing.
Of the GNU going forward. Lunga, most of you are asking the question, and let me answer it, reconfiguration. Reconfiguration will be answered fully if a political party, 2 or 1, walk away from the GNU. And I've explained to you that one political party walking away from the GNU does not mean the collapse of the GNU. It means you then engage in a discussion of reconfiguration. And secondly, I have explained to you, and I wish to reiterate, the ANC is committed to the government of national unity. The challenges that we're faced with the passing of the budget are matters that are under discussion as we speak. And if it so happens that the impasse is not avoidable, in the process of negotiations and talks between parties, it means that will then result in other processes and discussions. At the present moment, we're sailing very nicely, and there's not been anything that seek to suggest that we may end up with a mayhem. So political parties are cooperating and we're engaging. So by next week, we will have a roadmap and a way forward on the budget, and that will be informed by this process of engagement. We've been candid and open to one another, and serious suggestions have been made in terms of breaking the impasse and ensuring that we are able to have a budget that speaks to growth and that address the crisis and the bloodbath of joblessness in our country, and address all those challenges in terms of the impasse around the VAT. If not VAT, where are the sources of income going to come from? And ensure that it's not just VAT, but it is VAT versus austerity. And if that austerity others are advocating for
affect social spending, what does it mean for us? And the ANC is not caught in between. It's a question of saying, where do we then get the resources to address the shortfall and to ensure that social spending on important aspects of the budget is then addressed. So that's what is important for us, more than what you want to hear about positions in government and all of that. No, it's an easy discussion of reconfiguration, because you have left. If you have left, government is reconfigured, and then who then comes in, we can then discuss positions there. Very fundamental discussion that we're having now is about the budget. You know that budgets break or make a government, especially coalition governments. You would have seen that in Europe and everywhere else. So budget is an important tool in terms of governments. So we're having a good discussion, and we are hopeful that we should produce the positive result at the end of next week. We have said to you 2 weeks. Of course, there's going to be Easter, and we don't count those days. But in the next 2 weeks or so, we should be able to have concluded on these matters. Yeah.
All right, colleagues, thank you. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the ANC's Secretary General Fikile Mbalula. Let's go back then to the Chris Hani commemoration. So we've heard the initial comment from the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile. Let's now bring in the thoughts of the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Gayton McKenzie, who, I suppose in his portfolio, had to remind us about the importance of learning and emulating, the leaders like Chris Hani.
Chris Hani was a product of SACP and the ANC. We must not be jealous. The ANC and SACP, this was your hero. This was one of the best you have given us as South Africa. He was a man for the people. And my plea to some of the up-and-coming young people in leadership, emulate the Chris Hanis of this world, the ones that love the people. That is my plea to you. But DP, there's something that I've realized that we need to talk about. Since my appointment, I have seen that the heroes that liberated us are not getting the respect and the honor that they deserve. Mayors, ministers, you are scared sometimes to honor these leaders because you are scared to answer questions, how much did it cost? That is the problem. How much did it cost? I told one journalist that asked me now, how much did this cost? I said, compared to the blood that was spilled, this cost nothing.
Right, there we are, Gayton McKenzie, Minister Gayton McKenzie. I just want, and seriously, there's nothing to do with Chris Hani now. Amongst the many ministers, in the GNU, some ministers from parties outside the African National Congress have really gotten into the spotlight. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying they are so prominent. They're part of the fabric of our life now, whereas many others are anonymous. He's absolutely one of them. Can you just imagine now a cabinet without Gayton McKenzie? You may have difficulty. Think about it. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, 5 Northern Cape men have been handed long prison terms, including life, for raping a 9-year-old orphaned girl between 2017 and 2020. More than 1,500 NSFAS-funded students in Mpumalanga facing eviction due to non-payment of rent for this year. And global stock markets have rallied, reflecting relief at Donald Trump's decision to suspend additional tariffs on countries except China. A universal 10% U.S. levy remains in place. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We're tracking heavy delays through Midrand. An earlier crash at New Road has been cleared, but it's left a backlog that extends right down to about sort of Melrose Santon area on the Mike 1. So from that point, you stay in traffic now all the way through to Samrand Road. N3, Limbro Park down to Heldon looking busy. N1, Buccleuch down to Winnie Mandela Drive to the four-ways off-ramp jammed up. And the roadworks on the R21 holding you up towards the airport. The roadworks by the R23 exit. The back of the queue currently around the Bobsfontein off-ramp. A couple of big issues for motorists using the N3 through KZN. If you're heading out of Pietermaritzburg to Hilton, stationary truck after sort of Town Hill. Big delays there, really big. Of course, it's broken down in the roadworks. And there's a truck crash recovery that's underway at Hammersdale, so just south of Cato Ridge. On your way down to Durban, you're going to hit a big backlog of traffic into that scene as well. Cape Town today, the N1 inbound is slow from Century City through to Kuberg. Going to change. I think a lot of that is motorists that don't want to get caught in the N7 roadworks. The N7 down to a single lane at Goodwood, and that's a heavy queue. So motorists bypassing that, electing to run in traffic through to Kuberg. Going to change. Also, the N2 out of town, heavy from the elevated freeway right through to about sort of Jan Smuts Drive in the Pinelands area before you're out of that. And more traffic standing on the N2 passing the airport towards the R300 interchange. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Let's talk sports. So you know what, to me, we were speaking about Royal AM and what that means, and we've actually got a caller asking, I suppose, similar questions. Interested. So let's play that.
Hi, Ashraf. Can you get a legal expert just to explain to us now what does it mean? Because Royal AM was a valued club, worth maybe 40 million or so, that SARS wanted to claim. What happens now in this case that now the club has been affected by being expelled through the actions of SARS? Does that mean expunge then the debt that Mamkis had with SARS? If you can get just a legal expert to explain to us, man. Thank you. Mongezi, Kucendana.
Okay, Bongezi, we'll let you out. That's the question. So let me put it to the honourable. To me, you go for it and give us some answers.
We actually do have a legal expert on the line because obviously the Betway Premiership is in for a shake-up. But most importantly, just looking at the teams that have played against Royal AM this season, they may lose their points. This is after the club was expelled from the league, and the decision comes after the PSL's Board of Governors voted that Royal AM's membership be terminated with immediate effect. And just to make a bit of sense of this, I am joined on the line by a sports lawyer from PM Shabalala Incorporated, Mandla Shabalala. Mandla, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. A very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to me and good afternoon to the listeners of SAFM.
All right, so now we know for a fact that Royal AM has been expelled from the Premier Soccer League. First things first, can Royal AM challenge this decision? If so, what options do they have?
Well, in the first place, they will not have a standing. They will not have a local standing to challenge because the team is no longer owned by the owners, the previous owners. Remember, this team was now under the curatorship of someone appointed by SARS. So the only people who will have a standing to challenge this decision will be SARS through the curator that they have appointed.
So with Royal AM having expelled, just listening to the question that was asked through our listener earlier on, what happens to Royal AM and the debt that they have?
Well, when they get expelled, the membership is terminated. Therefore, they're no longer a member of the NSL, and in this case, the PSL. Whatever that they've been owed, it mostly goes away because most of their income came from the league in the form of grants. So, if you're owing players, you're getting money from the grant so that we are able to pay players. So they can't do that now because they don't even qualify for that grant anymore. In fact, that grant they've not gotten that grant for quite some time now. So whatever debt they had then get expunged. Your Nikovic, your players, even the SARS. SARS in this case will be the biggest loser because they were trying to recuperate some money in the form of about 40, or they were selling for 20, 25 million rand.
Yeah.
They were trying to recuperate some money, but now the value of the club has, from that amount that was tagged as, but now is probably at a 0 point now.
Sure. So I can only think about then the current players that are under Royal AM. Does it mean that they can be signed immediately now that the club basically is not sellable?
Well, I feel sorry for the players. I feel very sorry for the players. Now, what they can do then, they can be declared as free agents. And it's either they go to the league in a form of a DRC, where the DRC issues them, an order that says they are free agents, meaning they can join any team of their choice. The rule makes provision for players to sign players as being declared free agents outside of the window period.
Absolutely. Really feel sorry for the players right now because they're the ones that are truly affected with regards to this one. But what happens if someone says, okay, fine, the club has depreciated in terms of their value. I want to buy it and I wanted to play in the Betway Premiership. Is that possible?
They can't right now because they've been terminated. So they're no longer a member of the NSL. And when we talk about the NSL, we talk about the PSL and NFT, the Motsepe Foundation League. So they cannot even form part of that. Unless when someone comes up with another name. But right now, for them to play in the Betway, they have to buy a status. As we speak, there's only 15 teams existing in the league. As to how they're going to deal with such logistics, well, it will be up to the league and with the EXCO, because we know that there should be 16 teams, but now there's 15 teams. but for Royal AM to come back, well, they have to start somewhere else, or else they buy status of another team, whether they change the name, because even changing of the name has to go through the process of approval with the EXCO. So, yeah, well, anybody can buy a team if they're interested, if they're financially sound. They can buy a team. Whether you want to change the name, you can change the name. But I'm not so sure whether the league will then allow, I'm not so sure if they'll allow Royal AM or to change the name of the team that they've bought to change it to Royal AM. I'm not so sure. That is the discretion of the EXCO.
And then in terms of Mamkhize, if she decides, okay, fine, I just want to buy a stake in another club or I want to buy another club, will she be allowed to have a club that will eventually play in the Betway Premiership?
Remember, Mamkhize has not been found guilty in any way. The sanction has to do with a legal person, which is the club. There are no individuals attached to this order. Mamkhize can come back anytime and make an application and say, I want to be the director of a certain club. It's up to the league whether to accept it. But as we speak now, there is no sanction against her as a person. And therefore, in as far as the football fraternity is still eligible to own a football club.
And just before I let you go, obviously now the big question is what happens to the teams that have already played Royal AM in the league?
Now, this is what will happen. I don't know if the league the lock has already been changed. You will see Royal AM will appear at number 16 with 0, 0, 0 in everything. For example, it will say the matches played, it will be 0, won 0, lost 1, 0. Goal for goals, goal against the point, it will be 0. So that means it's as if they've never played the whole season.
But then the other teams that have already played them?
If you have gained the points against them, all those points will be deducted, will be 0, 0, 0. If you have scored a goal against them as an individual, that goal will be deducted from the number of goals that you've scored.
Well, there you have it. Mandla, thank you very much for joining us on the show. It's Mandla Chabalala from PM Shabalala Incorporated, just letting us actually confirming that the points will be deducted from the teams that have won against Royal AM, and Royal AM basically will have not existed thus far.
I don't like that part about the points being deducted.
We don't like it, and it's definitely going to affect the title race, obviously, because obviously there are some teams that have won.
Yeah, I mean, the logical one was to award every team that's won the points, every team that's drawn against them their points. The other teams who have not played them, award them victories.
And at the end of the day, all the representatives of the teams were there to vote Royal AM out. Perhaps they did explain to them that this means that the points are going to be deducted.
Okay. I wonder what others think about it. That's what they call it, the Batway League, I suppose.
I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
EFC is live this Thursday. From the wilds of Reunion Island and the ancient lands of Zimbabwe, two raging bulls meet for a heavyweight title clash as Elvis Moyo takes on Anthony Morrell. Plus, Fahis Jacobs and Sibusiso Sovendile fight for bantamweight gold. EFC 122, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAFM, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi.
April is Freedom Month, a month to reflect, celebrate, and move forward. SAFM is bringing you powerful stories, insightful debates, and voices that shape our nation. Stay tuned to SAFM, where freedom, history, and the future meet. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Hi, my name is Kutlwana Masote, your host of Weekend Sundowner Classics every Saturday and Sunday afternoon between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. exclusively on SAFM. Now, this is where you get your best classical music jams on any radio platform. Join me every Saturday and Sunday afternoon between 4 and 7 p.m. Weekend Sundowner Classics.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Interesting. We'll join Makwe Masilela shortly, but I asked a question about if you could appoint a young president, 35 and under, but you in charge, you decide, who would that be?
Yes, good afternoon, Ashraf. If I will choose a president, for me, it will be Mmusi Maimane. I think the guy is a great leader, is excellent. He can take this country very far. Thank you for a great show. This is Peggy Heber from Mkababa.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the show. Is Musi Alighty? He's 35 years old? No, I don't think so. Surprised. I'm really talking 35 and below, okay?
Hi, Ashraf. Errol here from Durban. You know, the young person I would appoint as a president would be Chris Pappas, the DA leader in, I think it's in Amageni. He speaks Zulu fluently.
Hello.
And yeah, he's got a wise head on a young man's shoulder. I would appoint Chris Pappas, Errol, Durban.
Okay. Thanks for that, Errol. Well, there you are. Interesting one, Chris Pappas, and I think he does qualify from an age point of view. But I mean, we're having fun, and you know what the purpose of that is? I want to see who are the young people in the country that are impressing you as future leaders, and therefore my point of being specifically below 35. Right, let's get to the markets now with Makwe Masilela, who's the Chief Investment Officer at Makwe Fund Managers. Good to connect as always, Makwe. Right, local and global markets in a moment, but you've got some news about Life Healthcare.
Yes, that is their interim trading update. The guys have seen business experiencing good underlying activity growth with paid patient days up 2%, overall occupancy improving to 68.6%, that is from 66.6%, and revenue for paid patient days up 6.1%, and that is due to a changing case mix and tariff increase of 5.1%, but profits and headline earnings per share expected to fall by 154%. And yesterday, U.S. President referred his some cut by temporarily lowering the hefty duties that he had just imposed on dozens of countries, but heaped pressure on China, raising their tariffs from 104% to 125%. And it is difficult to see either side backing down in the next few days, but eventually talks between the two economic superpowers will happen. And as per the latest Fed minutes, Fed policy makers will not be quick to ride to the rescue with interest rate cuts because they expect higher tariffs to boost inflation. And we saw Chinese consumer inflation falling more than expected, same like their producer numbers. And also the US March inflation was cooler than expected, and we saw yields reacted by pulling back. Investors are confidence in the US administration is crumbling, and the sell of America trade is heating up. And locally, we saw our February manufacturing production falling by 3.2%, and that was the same decline in January, and a fourth consecutive monthly fall. And deepening US-China trade war is putting pressure on oil prices. Remember, this is number one consumer and the number one importer. Brent crude is down 3.5% at $62 a barrel, and the euro metal continues to shine as safe haven demand increased. And then we see that is remaining firm, with gold itself up 2% at 3,142. Platinum is up 1% at 939, and US markets are tumbling again, giving back some of yesterday's gains as attention is now moving to possible recession that could be caused by tariffs. But Europe and us are only able to react today to that 90 days tariff pause. Hence, the JSE is up almost 4% and resources up 7%. And the rand has weakened 0.8% against the US dollar is 19.44, 25.12 to the pound, and 21.65 to the euro.
Thanks for that, Mark. We're right. We'll still have time for your calls and there's developments regarding border management with the holidays coming up.
Last season's finalists, Masandawana, want to reach another final, but Amakosi believe their fans deserve a special ticket to the final.
This is the Nedbank Cup semi-final contest. Kiona!
Catch Mamelodi Sundowns versus Kaizer Chiefs on Sunday, 13 April, live streaming on SABC Plus and SABC One at 5:30 p.m. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, so the Easter holidays come up imminently. Almost, that is. And then, of course, we have another holiday a week later, right, with the 27th of April and 1st of May all included in all of that. So it's a busy time, I would think, for people crisscrossing the country and people leaving the country on holiday. Now, the Border Management Authority will deploy 4 high-tech drones and 40 body-worn cameras at various border posts and ports of entry over this period. Let's find out more about it with Dr. Mike Masiapato, the Commissioner and Chief Executive Officer of the Border Management Authority. Mike, I appreciate your time as always. Thanks for connecting on the National Pulse.
No, thank you very much, Ashraf, and we appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, high-tech drones, body-worn cameras. This really does sound like we're moving into a whole new world. Tell me more about it.
Yes, indeed, Ashraf. You will remember during the December and January festive period, as the Border Management Authority, we borrowed some drones from the Department of Agriculture just to assist us in terms of doing some surveillance. And we did that because we were waiting for the delivery of ours. So this time around, for this festive period, which is Easter, definitely we will be deploying our own drones. These are high-tech, and by the way, exclusively designed for border management purposes. I mean, the ones that we actually use from agriculture were not necessarily for that purpose. These ones are high-tech, and they will be enabling us to be able to deploy them within the port in terms of monitoring all the activities, but also deploying them on the vulnerable segments on the borderline so that we can pick up any individual attempting to enter or even exit the country illegally.
Mm-hmm. Okay, practically, how would that change the current monitoring in terms of how you've monitored up to now versus now you have these new additions, the support?
Yeah, you see, Ashraf, under normal circumstances, if we do work as we used to do, basically what it means is we fairly deploy the border guards. If we talk the issues on the borderline, or what we call the vulnerable segments on the borderline, we effectively deploy the border guards. They will be on their land cruisers, and they will literally be patrolling around the borderline, interfacing with the members of the South African National Defence Force. So that kind of an approach, it means you do not necessarily know if there are any people who are trying to enter the country illegally, but you are just literally patrolling. So that becomes a bit of an ineffective or inefficient way in terms of managing the environment. But with the drones, what it means is we will then deploy them from our control room at the port itself, and then we'll be taking them through into the areas on the borderline themselves, especially the vulnerable areas, whilst our response team are actually being on the ground in a particular spot. And we will be able to communicate with them via what we call the body cams, which are also a radio communication tool to be able to direct them the areas where people are attempting to enter the country illegally. And on that basis, they will be moving in a targeted approach, going exactly to where people are and be able to apprehend them and make sure that we get them deported.
Who would you be looking out for? I mean, you obviously have specific trends of people in and out of South Africa at this time. I mean, what are you looking out for?
You see, one of the biggest challenges that we have, Ashraf, especially during the return leg of this kind of period, which in this instance is going to be on a Sunday, the 20th, as well as the 21st, which is Easter Monday, people will be attempting to enter the country illegally. So one of the biggest focus that we actually have to do is to look at what we call the facilitators. These are a group of individuals who has made it their work or their business to effectively assist people to enter the country illegally. So they actually direct them, they take them through particular route areas and things like that. So if you talk about, for example, our northern border with Zimbabwe, we also talk about the same individuals who then bring some kind of a makeshift boat where they facilitate people through the river when it is flooded, as it is now. So those are the people that we are going to be targeting. And by the way, when we arrest such individuals, we don't deport them. We actually hand them over to the police because we consider them to have violated the Immigration Act, and we charge them for aiding and abetting. But as for the ordinary people that are facilitated, those ones, we get them arrested, we take them back to the port, we then process them back for deportation.
Okay, back in their own countries, right? Well, these facilitators or fixers, I think, are obviously critically important. Let's go back to the issue of these of the drones and the webcams that we may talk about, right, or these body cams. I'm just looking at the example, and I don't mean this flippantly, but if you look at the VAR cameras used in football games around the world, they make so many mistakes, right? The point I want to make is you have the equipment. It's very important that those who manage the equipment back at head office are able to do so effectively and efficiently, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, Ashraf. So basically, we operate the drones at the port level within what we call the port targeting center. And that is where the drones actually gets operated, and that is where the feeds in terms of the footage are actually going at the port level. And of course, at head office level, we don't run the operations, but we just observe the activities, particularly on the basis of a broader strategic approach in terms of identifying further vulnerable areas that we need to be able to start shifting our response teams to for the purposes of dealing with the issues of illegal migration. You will remember, Ashraf, the work that we do is not a static job. So in other words, if the people realize that you have intensified deployment in this area and you are able to intercept, they shift to another area. And that is actually the broader strategic approach. As they shift, we are able to shift with them. So in terms of the people, we had very intensive process. That is why we started even in the December-January period where our officials had been fairly trained in as far as these activities are concerned. And that is why they are able to operate the systems, but also be able to do the actual response on the ground and be able to communicate. You see, the technology itself, I mean, I was saying, Ashraf, to some of your colleagues that when we go to Libombo now for the exit and when we go to Beitbridge for the return, when they get to the ground, they will literally see, because it even gives you other functionalities, like the coordinates, for example, like the actual mapping, for example.
Okay,
so
wow.
There can't be a situation where somebody goes to a wrong spot on the basis of what they need
All
to
right,
intercept
okay.
on.
And
So
there's night
it's
vision
high-
as well. And I believe you've got night vision. So, I mean, there really should be no excuse in able to tracking people down. It's profound, well done, and looking forward to see how that plays out, isn't it? Dr. Mike Masiapato, thanks for your time. Commissioner, Chief Executive Officer of the Border Management Authority. There you are. High-tech drones, 40 body-worn cameras, all worn by the Border Management Authority ahead of the Easter holiday period. So now you know. Let's get your thoughts after this.
Is there ever a bad time for a good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
All right, but pick up some of the comments we've had. Well, I still want to get a feel of your pulse, so here we are.
Hello, Ashraf. It's time in East London. You know, with these inquests and inquiries, we're just wasting money. Maybe we're passionate about wasting money because there was time for all those things to be done. Why wait till now? Same as what has happened to Chrisani. After 20, 30 years, 50 years, they're going to be the same inquest, which is going to bear no fruits. It's very frustrating what we're doing in South Africa. We don't know what to do. We don't know.
But when you say waste money, should we now not do it at all? If we didn't do it for 30 years, should we revisit it or forget about it? Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I've got a question quickly. Why won't the political parties of this country in parliament, because it's clear all of them don't want the ANC, why don't they come together, maybe put a set of rules that will govern how they govern this country and come together and vote the ANC out? That's the first thing. Because it's clear that the black people, their real enemy is the ANC government. The ANC has got no sensitivity to the issues that are faced by black people in this country. If I say black, I mean especially the African natives. I'm not including the Indians and the colored. The real enemy is the ANC. The reasons are endless. So I think it's high time that the political parties in parliament come together, really discuss how they can run this country and vote the ANC out. Then we will start to see some real change. There will be challenges, but we will start to see the real change.
Well, if you think they're the real enemy, then who's the real friend? Think about it.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I heard what the grandson of Chief Albert Lituli said about the ANC. When the descendants of the martyrs of the organization warn us about it, we must not take what they are saying lightly. Even the widow of Chris Hani said almost the same thing about the ANC last year. This organization has failed us. Thank you very much, Peter Maila Machaba from Lesotho.
Thanks for that, Peter. And by the way, that interview with Lutuli's grandson, as well as many others, they're all available as a podcast. Go to it, safm.co.za, look for podcast, then look for the category The National Pulse, and you will find it, as well as many others. But some of them we post on the X or Twitter platform, so check that out too.
Hi, Ashraf. For the president, for me, who's under 35 currently, I think I will go for Siam Chanda Kolisi. The guy is leadership par excellence. He's got the qualities to unite us and takes us to the vision which Mandela envisioned for us in 1994. He is a uniter. He is a fighter. Thank you very much.
A uniter and a fighter. We'll make a note of that name. That's an important one. Now, how about this? Okay, of course you can do what you want, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You know what? Elect myself because I'm below the age of 35 and I'm unlike some of our political leaders in this country. I'm not afraid of making decisions. and taking accountability and responsibility for those decisions. I mean, as young as I am, I've also been a national chairperson for a union in the company that I work for. So that for me is nothing.
Okay, union. Somebody else I know was part of a union. His name is Cyril Ramaphosa. So maybe you're walking the right path. There we are. I elect myself. Right. By the way, we'll chat to the mayor of the city of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya. Looking forward to that as she reflects on the state of the city. That comes up shortly. But let's get the news now. Here's Greg Host. It's 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Ashraf. Good to be with you again. In this news update, long prison terms for child rapists and global markets rally. Good day to you. The following story may offend sensitive listeners, including children. 5 Northern Cape men have been handed long prison terms, including life, for raping a 9-year-old orphan girl. The aunt of the rape survivor reported the matter to the police. The men were arrested and found guilty and then sentenced by the Northern Cape High Court in Uppington. Police spokesperson Sergio Kok.
Accused number 1, Waibro Gertse, age 41, life imprisonment. Accused number 2, Karim Gertse, age 31, life imprisonment. Accused number 3, Bernard Briga, age 40, 25 years imprisonment. Accused number 4, Alphonsus Fasaki, age 55, 18 years imprisonment. Accused number 5, Andre Margeman, age 34, life imprisonment. Furthermore, their names will be registered in the National Register for Sex Offenders and they were declared unfit to possess firearms.
More than 1,500 students funded by the National Student Financial Aid Scheme in Mpumalanga are facing eviction due to non-payment of rent. The landlords allege that the scheme has failed to honour their payments, which were due yesterday. The landlords are expected to announce their decision whether they will evict the students or not by tomorrow. These affected students are worried about their safety.
Where we stay in our accommodation, they are threatening to chase us since the NSFAS have been paid for this 3-4 months, and now we are writing exams. We are now affected in our exams. We can't read properly because sometimes they switch off Wi-Fi, they switch out of other services. They're telling us that they did not pay those services.
Getting frustrated, I can't focus on my academics. That's caused pressure to my life. That's another thing that is making our lives as students difficult.
Meanwhile, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Mimi Gondwe, says she's hopeful that the newly appointed NSFAS board will be able to resolve the ongoing issues of non-payment.
NSFAS has a newly appointed board, and so that gives me comfort that they'll be able to tackle this issue. I know that my office has a help desk that is dedicated towards queries from stakeholders across the sector, be it students and the like, and we handle a lot of NSFAS issues. My help desk is on the ground as we speak.
The Health Minister, Aaron Motsoaledi, says more than 1,000 posts will soon be opened up for unemployed doctors in the country. At present, more than 1,800 qualified doctors remain without work. The Minister elaborates.
We believe we are in a position to announce to you today that the Council has approved advertisement of 1,200 jobs for doctors, 200 nurses, and 250 other healthcare professionals at the cost of 1.78 billion rand. The Human Resources Unit will soon commence with recruitment processes once all logistics have been finalized.
Global stock markets have rallied, reflecting relief at US President Donald Trump's decision to suspend additional tariffs on countries except China. A universal 10% US levy remains in place. Share prices in Japan and Taiwan closed more than 9% up. There have also been increases across Europe. The BBC's Nick Marsh has more.
Today there's been a big sigh of relief being breathed in stock markets here in Asia and around the world. Shares in Tokyo, Seoul, Taipei, you name it, all shooting up, recouping their losses from yesterday and previous days. These are all key manufacturing hubs here in Asia, of course, major exporters to the US. Their economies rely a lot on free trade, and they're going to be now negotiating with Washington over the next 90 days.
Top story, 5 Northern Cape men have been handed long prison terms, including life, for raping a 9-year-old orphaned girl. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Goos.
And coming up in your sports this hour, Amajimbos target upset against hosts in bid for AFCON Under-17 semis. Simbini maps road to 2025 World Athletics Championships, and Alcaraz sets up a clash with Fils in Monte Carlo quarterfinals. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We're tracking some pretty heavy backlogs on the M1 North through Midrand today. The queue starting around the Mike 1 Melrose area all the way up to Samrand. Before you're out of that, some good news from the N1 South to William Mandela. That volume and backlog starting to ease as you head from Buccleuch down towards Fourways. The N3 Limbo Park to Heldenace interchange is the damage on that run through. And if you're leaving Pretoria, coming out through Fountain Circle, there's no traffic lights at Monument Park, so R21 is backed and stacked as you come from the central Pretoria area, heading down towards that Elephant Street junction. All the traffic that has been released from the earlier crash at Hammersdale on your way to Durban now running in at the same time to a breakdown at Key Ridge, just south of Hammersdale, through Cliffdale on your way to Durban. That all stays very busy today, and reasonably heavy getting out of Pietermaritzburg up through Town Hill towards Hilton. A couple of stationary trucks in amongst the roadworks and lane closures. Cape Town, N1 outbound, a crash before the N7. It's queuing up from the Kuiper interchange, passing Century City out towards that. And if you're on your way into Cape Town, the N1's heavy as well today from the N7 highway all the way through to the M5 South connection at Kuiper interchange. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
When your business expands, it's time to look for the kind of space that'll offer it more than square meters on a plan. At Dubai Tradeport, we're a place for high-value manufacturing, efficient air cargo logistics, and advanced future farming technology. Doesn't that sound like a place where your business can take shape? If so, move your business to Dubai Tradeport and grow beyond potential.
TS Galaxy Queens have a special game plan to display a stellar performance to collect maximum points in their own backyard. However, Royal AM want to demonstrate their royalty with a win away from home. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Don't miss out on TS Galaxy Queens versus Royal AM Ladies the Saturday 12th April at 2:30 p.m. Streaming live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
I'm Michelle Constant. Join the JSB crew and I every Saturday and Sunday morning between 7 and 10 a.m. We promise to keep you informed and entertained with innovation, culture, cars, travel, life learnings, environment, and of course, your big fat juicy. Small stories, big ideas, massive inspiration. The Jet Set Breakfast on SAFM.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I see lots of people are commenting about the hypothetical scenario of like, come on, you appoint a president, it's your choice. Under 35, who would that be? So that's the one thing. Then the conversation we had with the grandson of Chief Albert Luthuli about what he thinks about, this long delayed inquest that's been now reopened. And then the conversation we had that even one of the callers about why does the AfriForum effectively just seem to be, fighting the case of just white people only. And I hear that, and of course, that's one part of it. And I asked the question whether the EFF, in terms of what they do, would be very similar. I know we're talking about a political party and a movement that has got certainly strong influence and big money, but do you see similarities, although the color is very, very different in terms of we fight for that cause of that people because it's important. Although one may say that one is outrightly racist in their approach, I'm saying that's how it's perceived. And then certainly from an EFF perspective, certainly their policies, like we are for a non-racial South Africa, but you find in their pronouncements that they say that's the people we're going to fight for. I mean, do you see that? Is it something that you want to talk to me about around that? I'd like to get your thoughts on it. After all, this is the National Pulse, and we debate and we talk about things that moves the National Pulse, right? Well, what about the city of Pretoria or the city of Tshwane? Lots happening around that region, including maybe the state of the city itself. So let's get the thoughts of the mayor, Dr. Nasipi Moya. Thanks for your time joining us here on the National Pulse.
Afternoon, Ashraf, and afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you. So since you've delivered your State of the City address today, let me ask you this. What is your one word to describe the state of your city?
One word, that would be tough. I think it would be recovering. That's what would describe the state of the city. We are recovering.
So the state of the city, you'd say, would be in recovery, and that is an accurate description of where you are right now, as opposed to, a city that's laden with gold and the streets are all spotless. I mean, there's a different perspective there, right?
Yes, no, definitely. No, and the reason why I'm saying recovery, because most of what was contained in the speech is very big plans on what to do to turn the city around, not just the government, the institution that is the city of Tshwane, but the decisions that affect the residents of Tshwane and the business in Tshwane.
Okay.
So that's what the theme basically was around that.
All right. Now, we know there's been huge political changes in that city, and you're still fairly new in that position as the mayor, right? What have you been a part of in terms of a recovery so far? We'll talk about, the future just now, but in terms of what's happened in the period of your tenure now, what has been recovered in that city from where we were to where we are now?
I think it's the finances, and it's because they've been a priority from day one. So the finances, I can mention at least 3 milestones. One was dealing with the creditors of the city, particularly Eskom, that were on the verge of going to court, with them. And then we agreed on a payment plan, and what was good about that is that we were able now to stop the financial bleed in the form of interest, and now getting to be predictable in how we are paying Eskom. So I think that one was quite big for us, as well as the issue of the BEU VAT. This is a 4.7 SARS debt that wasn't planned for by the city, and to be able to complete that payment, I think it's quite good, because that money can be diverted to other service delivery. So they're dealing with the creditors, dealing with the debtors, because we had this ballooning debtors book, and we were not seeing how we're going to get around it until we took the advice of the residents, who said, well, talk to us, and if you guys are able to, to meet us halfway so that we can start paying for services, we will do so. So we approved as a council a debt relief scheme. Now we've experienced 13% reduction on our debtors book, and it's really put us on a good footing financially. But the other two, we've had an adjustment budget that's seen a significant reduction in the deficit of the city. At the beginning of the financial year, the deficit was over 4 billion, and when we took the adjustment budget to council at the end of Feb, we were at 1.4 billion. At the end of March, we then took a funded budget to council, the first since 2022. So those are some of the big milestones that we're aiming for insofar as the financial recovery is concerned.
Okay, so the financial recovery is particularly important because, as you said, that impacts on what you do next, the decisions you make around service delivery, right? But outside of the recovery process, has there been anything else in your report card that you can share that has been particularly impressive?
I think the issue of two for me, and the other one is more personal than the other. I think the service delivery. I think there's a culture that we wanted the residents of Tshwane to get used to, that every single day services must go to community. Yes, we may not have the financial muscle that is required for us to do this with the intensity that they deserve as the residents. But the fact that every single day I can tell you where some of our teams have been in any area of Tshwane, for me that was very important, that we raise the bar with the residents to say, you deserve streetlights that are working, we can cut your grass, patch your potholes. So I think for me, through the Riaspana program, every single day our teams are in all regions working to deliver services. The one that's more personal for me is the issue of engaging with the residents. I know that we already know what the challenges are, but for me it was important that the residents are brought closer to government. So we've had a series of imbizos for communities that really they still prefer the in-person meetings. We've had more than 25 of those across the city in the past 4 months. But also we've tried to improve our digital platforms to improve engagement and customer experience. So in addition to all of these and everything else in between, whether it is to work towards the unqualified audit opinion that we are working very hard, to target, or is the issues of infrastructure and responding to issues relating to our ailing infrastructure. Yeah, so because those challenges are there even now. I mean, the communities of Centurion haven't had power for a couple of days because of the fire that occurred at Braakfontein, and those are still unfortunately happening. Last week we had an issue in Queenswood, for instance, where one of the old substations, they basically given up on us. So while we are doing all of this work, but I think there are those things that we need to keep emphasizing and raising the bar with the residents.
All right. So while, it's time to reflect with some degrees of success, and I think that's a good thing, the DA has a view on this as well. What do you feel about their claim that, in fact, yourself as the mayor, you inherited a capital on the brink of recovery? And I have to use the word capital and make the distinction between capital as in capital city, as opposed to capital could well mean money as well. But certainly I think it's the former, capital city on the brink of recovery, meaning that, in fact, it was going to happen anyway, no matter who was going to be the mayor. The stones had been set already before that.
Well, I think one, on the claim that it was going to happen anyway, I think from day one we've been quite transparent with the residents of Tshwane in terms of the targets that we've set up for ourselves when we received the State of the City address from the officials. And we set our targets, and we said to residents, this 100 days plan is going to lay a foundation. This is what we're going to do differently. This is how we're going to do it. Beginning of February, we then reported to the residents of Tshwane to say all these initiatives that for us we've identified to help us to lay the foundation on what is happening in the city. This is what we were able to achieve and not been able to achieve. So with the successes or the achievement that we've had so far, Ashraf, I can trace the decisions we've taken, the action we've taken to have those successes or those achievements. If they say so, I mean, it was a question that was asked of me earlier. At the end of the day, Ashraf, we can want to talk credit and everything, but if the Democratic Alliance agrees with the things I've said today at the city or at the capital address, that means we're on the right path, and that can only be good for the residents.
So they agree things are working anyway, right? Just the last thing. I mean, we're living in a country and in various cities or metros like yours that for the first time, I think the idea of like absolute majorities appear to be long gone, which means whether you're from Action SA as you are, or it could be the ANC or the DA, these type of absolute rule within your city is gone. How is it playing out? Whether we talk at national level GNU or at local level coalitions of sort, how is your city playing out, keeping in mind there are different parties with different agendas, all working together, sometimes voting against each other, but still having to work together? Give us an insight into that.
Well, in Tshwane, we're a coalition of 9 political parties. And the past 6 months, one thing I can tell you, Ashraf, is that when you don't have a majority, don't act like it. That means you need a buy-in of each and every one of those parties. You don't wish for a buy-in, you actively work on it. There are no reports that go to council for us that don't go through all political parties that are part of the coalition. And to agree on one objective for us, which we said we just want to heighten service delivery in the city of Tshwane. And so in terms of how it's playing out in the city of Tshwane, we do have our differences, obviously. You can't have 9 political parties and you agree on the same things. But I think it's how we are managing each other's relationships. We have a constructive relationship where all of us, we can hold each other accountable. It's not easy, and sometimes sometimes we have those moments. As sometimes I frustrate them, sometimes they frustrate me. But I think what we've been able to do is just to know when to not to sweat the small stuff and say, will this help us to achieve the objectives that we communicated to the residents? One thing that I appreciate about the coalition in Tshwane is that we work together. When we have every Friday at 7:30 in the morning, all MECO members are in the boardroom. When we go to Rea Spana, when we have Imbizos on Sundays and Saturdays, all the MECO members are there. So I think there's that unity in terms of agreeing that this is the work that we must do together. And I mean, even just as the last point, the way that the approach to our adjustment budget and the draft budget we tabled. Normally you find an MMC wanting to fight for their department. That was not the case with us. We agreed on the priorities. This is what we need to fund. If your department doesn't benefit now because it doesn't fall part of the priorities, it will be catered for in the next cycle. But for now, if we can achieve these things, this is the impact we're going to make. So I see that it plays out slightly different in other places, but I think for us, we've also learned from others for too long on how easily this relationship, and it's a delicate relationship, Ashraf, because we're getting instructions from 14 political leaders, but at the end of the day, there's maturity that is required from all of us. As I say, sometimes I frustrate the hell out of them, and sometimes they frustrate me, but at the end of the day, we must wake up and go and do what we said we're going to do.
Well, absolutely. So here's one. Just give me one word, right? And you've got 10 seconds to answer that. What then would you attribute your greatest strength as a leader to be? Quick one.
It's hard work.
Just hard work. Got that.
Hard work. Yes.
All right. Well, it's as simple as that. And perhaps we should all get the message, just hard work. But of course, the mayor also saying, thank you for your time. Much appreciated. Mayor of the city of Tshwane, making the point, if you don't have a majority, don't act like it. Don't act like you've got it. Perhaps there's a message for just about all the parties in the country. They'll certainly get a sense of the national pulse then.
Can you hear that? It's the pitter-patter, letting you know your roof is leaking. Terrible timing. The sound you were hoping for is the splish-splash of the beach holiday you've been saving up for. But don't let cash flow hold you back. Do both. Apply for a Nedbank personal loan and get our best interest rate with a loan of up to 400,000 Rand. Apply online at nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
The Saints are pumped up to fight even harder in search of 3 points on home ground.
And Smallbone has scored his first Premier League goal. Liverpool stood like statues.
Meanwhile, the Villains are chasing a win to secure a decent top half spot.
Tielemans to Rashford. Rashford fires it in. Oh, it's gone in! It's turned over by Marco Asensio again. 2 from him, 2 for Aston Villa, and 3 points surely.
This is the Premier League. Experience a thrilling encounter between Southampton FC and Aston Villa FC on Saturday, 12 April at 3:30 p.m. live on S3. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
April is Freedom Month, a month to reflect, celebrate, and move forward. SAFM is bringing you powerful stories, insightful debates, and voices that shape our nation. Stay tuned to SAFM, where freedom, history, and the future meet. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
I'm looking at a quote of the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture from the Patriotic Alliance, in this case, Gaten McKenzie, as per News 24, saying, I hate them, but I love South Africa more. McKenzie making the point that DA must be kept in the GNU. We do live in a fascinating country, and therefore democracy and how democracy works is even more important, isn't it? Now, with that in mind, the Electoral Commission in KwaZulu-Natal, they launched the Schools Democracy Program Focus Week. According to the Commission, the main aim of the project is to deepen the understanding of electoral democracy and the importance of youth participation in the election process. I would think us already saying, come on, name those under 35 who should be the president. That's our youth participation anyway. But let's get the thoughts of Mwahisi Sibanda, the General Manager for Civic and Democracy Education, Research and Knowledge Management. Much appreciate your time. Welcome to the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf, and good afternoon to all the listeners.
Thank you. So tell me, what would be the bottom line of this project that you've rolled out? You want an end goal. What would be the end goal?
So the Schools Democracy Program is actually a national initiative by the IEC in collaboration with the Department of Basic Education. And it is an initiative that we kickstart in April every year, Freedom Month, just to get young people knowledgeable, interested, and captivated by the processes of their democracy and those of elections, and understanding what their role is as citizens. And so we go around schools all around the country in all of the various provinces. As you know, we did kickstart with the KZN launch today, and all the other provinces will also be having similar events just to awaken and say the program has started for the year, where we're going to be teaching young people about, as I said, their role within the democracy and how to uphold it and to ensure that it thrives in their lifetime.
Do you get a sense, we often talk about voter apathy and young voter apathy. Just how apathetic are young voters, or is that off the mark?
So our research tells us that the big issue that we're dealing with in South Africa, but also it's a global phenomenon, is one of trust. Trust in governance, trust in politicians, in political leaders, and not being able to see the dividends of the democracies that young people and many people around the world are living under. And that has discouraged a lot of voters from participating. So some of it is quite active disengagement, Ashraf, that we, through programs such as this, are trying to ensure that people do not disengage, because, as you know, it has, the opposite effect. It doesn't really serve you once you disengage. What happens is that things go wrong. And so we're teaching young people that wherever you are, whether it's in schools, in communities, in your learner representative councils, you need to participate. You need to put your hand up as a leader as well, because we don't teach young people just to be voters. We teach them to be leaders and to be able to one day stand as candidates, but also to ensure that they hold their leaders accountable in between elections by participating in all of these things. And democracy starts even at school, wherever you are, in your world. There is some kind of democratic process that requires your eye and your participation. And really, that's the culture we're trying to inculcate at school level.
Interesting. As you say that, I've just been going through the Adelman Trust Barometer, right? And amongst the many findings, this one speaks to exactly what you said. I'm going to read it. It says, government remains the least trusted institution in South Africa at 36%. Which, by the way, is an increase of 7%, so it's actually gone up, but it's still the least, right? And here's my thoughts to you, right, that it will continue to be the least trusted unless people, and in this case young people, because that's what we're referring to right now, they don't see the government as the cause of the problems, but they see government as the cause of our solutions.
And you know what that does? What we've seen as well, and what you're saying really resonates with the research that we've also done, where then, when there is no trust in governance and political leaders, etc., it also creates a distrust in the process itself. And we deal with a lot of misconceptions then around the electoral process itself, its integrity, and these are some of the things we teach young people so that they understand exactly how it works. We even do mock elections and give them the experience of what it is like to go through a voting stage, or the processes and the systems that are in place to ensure that the electoral process has integrity and it is safeguarded, so that they do not, perpetuate some of the miscommunication that gets peddled around elections, but get to experience it even when they're not of voting age, but they grow up having that knowledge and having that exposure for the time when they are ready to go cast their first vote.
So just very briefly then, as we wrap up, tell me more about the program. You spoke about like a mock election. What else is in the program?
So we do a number of things. We work closely with the department to ensure that we infuse civic and democracy education into the curriculum, and we've been successful in doing that, in that it lives within the life orientation program. But one of our big visions together with the department is to ensure that we infuse it into various other subjects, because as you can think, you can infuse it in math examples, so that you're talking about counting, for example, and that can be an example. In geography, dealing with boundaries and wards, that again exposes young people to how the whole process of elections, but also democracy, is part of their daily lives. It's not something that we come as IEC to come and teach you, but it is part of your daily lived experience that you need to live in. We also participate in cultural and leadership activities at schools. We also assist with training learner representative councils and assisting with some of those processes. We have created materials for teachers at schools so that they're also able to conduct civic and democracy education lessons even without us as IEC officials. So we've been very involved in ensuring that throughout the line and the life of a young person at school, they're able to get this exposure of what it really means to be an active citizen in their country.
And I tell you what, I hope it all works, because the beneficiary of the work that you guys do at school level would be South Africa. So Mogisi Sibanda, appreciate your time. General Manager for Civic and Democracy Education, Research and Knowledge Management, and that in relation to today's work with the Electoral Commission in KwaZulu-Natal, together launching the Schools Democracy Program Focus Week. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg House.
Quick look at the headlines. The Health Minister says a budget of 1.7 billion rand has been set aside to employ more doctors, nurses and other healthcare professionals. 5 Northern Cape men have been handed long prison terms, including life, for raping a 9-year-old orphan girl. And Russia and the US have carried out another prisoner swap. More on that story and other news at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
And busy now in Pretoria along the N1 North. It's a crash by Atterbury. Traffic all the way back through Rigel and back through the R21, working its way back to Buerta Avenue. Before you get there, you've got some traffic on the Mike 1 N1, which is slow today from Melrose all the way up to about Olifantsfontein Road. N3, Limbro Park, heading down to Gelden. That's quite busy. And the R59, very slow. Queues from N12 Reading down to Swartkoppies Road. N12 into Diepkloof heading to Soweto is backed up. And the N14 is heavy with a backlog from Moulders Drift all the way down through towards the Pinehaven Junction. If you're on your way to Krugersdorp, that's a problem. Durban, Hammersdale, Keyridge, on your way to Durban, that's cleared. The N3 inbound is heavy, passing Pavilion, heading in towards the 4-level Spaghetti Junction. And Cape Town, a crash on the N1 out of town today before the N7. That's got a queue coming out of the city centre from around about Woodstock area. On your way into town, it's busy as well on the N1 from the N7 bridge through to the M5 off-ramp to Kubo. Get a change. And Marine Drive jam-packing from around about Milnerton High School today. You'll sit in traffic all the way through to Dolphin Beach and on towards that Bloberg Road junction. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, we spoke about the team that's not going to play early on, Royal AM, but what about the cricketers who will play?
Well, with 2 months to go till the Proteas line up at Lords for the national anthems ahead of the World Test Championship final against Australia, South Africa will be hoping that Captain Themba Bavuma will be fit enough for the match. Bavuma has been ruled out of the 4-day series final at the Wanderers due to an elbow injury, and now the big question is, will he be fit come the World Test Championship final? Then in football, South Africa's under-17 men's team coach Vela Khumalo says that they are well capable of upsetting hosts and tournament favourites Morocco in tonight's AFCON under-17 quarter-final. With qualification for the FIFA under-17 World Cup now in the bag, the two teams clash for a place in the last 4 of the tournament in Morocco this evening.
We had our region on just after the game, and then yesterday we had our functional training, wherein we worked on our deficiencies, where one will then say what are the things that we did wrong, what are the things that we did right, and how do we improve going forward, which is something that we worked on yesterday, and today it will be the touch-up on that. And we are well aware of what is at stake. We are well aware we're playing against a team that did not consider the moment, and they are scoring goals, and we did our homework, we studied them, we looked at them and how they play, and we think importantly they play more like us, more structured. It's a team that will come at us, so it will be a very interesting game, and we are hoping to upset the country, which is really our intention, and it is not going to be an easy game, but at the end of the game, we'll be having Morocco to support us going to the semi-finals.
They're definitely coming up against a tough side because the home nation are Group A winners and they're still unbeaten in 3 matches. So all the best to the boys. Kick-off is at 9 p.m. Then the Betway Premiership is in for a shake-up because teams that played against Royal AM this season will lose their points after the club was expelled from the league. Representatives of all 31 professional teams in the PSL voted today and backed the league's executive committee to cancel Royal AM's membership with immediate effect. As a result, the 15th place side will go into the relegation promotion playoffs with all teams finishing the campaign on 28 matches. Elsewhere, there's Europa League action tonight. Teams battling it out in the quarterfinals in selected fixtures. Manchester United are in Lyon for the first leg of that quarterfinal, and coach Ruben Amorim believes that winning the UEFA Europa League would have a huge impact on the Red Devils' future. Now, remember, the winners of the competition will be given a chance to play in the 2025-26 UEFA Champions League. This is if they have not already qualified through their league positions, and we know where Man United are currently 13th on the log. Meanwhile, Tottenham Hotspur, on the other hand, they face Eintracht Frankfurt tonight, and also there are two other fixtures this evening in terms of that Europa League. Then in athletics news, 36 athletes will represent South Africa in Gaborone for the Botswana Golden Grand Prix. The track and field meeting will feature athletes from 30 different countries competing in a total of 20 men's and women's events, and one of them is going to be world indoor bronze medalist Akani Simbini. Meanwhile, Simbini says that he will be heading to Europe to prepare for the World Athletics Championship in Japan later this year.
The World Champion, and I'll be in Europe from May, June, and then preparing there. Normal camp, preparing, normal tour, and just getting in the races that we need to do, getting in the camps that we need to do before champs in September.
In golf, defending champions Scottie Scheffler and Northern Ireland's Rory McIlroy are chasing history at the Masters, where a fast start at Augusta National today has been vital to success in the first major golf championship of the year. The last 19 Masters winners have shot under par in the first round, and the last 5 winners have been in the top 3 after round 1. And Scheffler could join Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, and Tiger Woods as the only players to win 2 straight Masters titles. The action is actually underway, and we'll keep everyone up to date with what is happening at the Masters later on Top Sport. With that said, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have
so just before you go, I mean, so this Man United game in particular against is it Lyon, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can say of all the things that Ruben Amorim, I would say, like the Portuguese would say it, right? This is the single most important game he's been the manager or coach of this entire season. Yeah.
And he says he's very confident that Manchester United can win the Europa League so that they can play in the Champions League.
I wouldn't even bother about it. I think he might just start with, I'm very confident that we can actually get a away win against Lyon tonight, and just keep quiet.
You know, one step at a time.
Yeah, I mean, clearly. Yeah.
With that said,
the Bavarians want to display quality play to emphasize why they are called FC Hollywood. But BVB is courageous to cement a decent spot in the top half.
It's all or nothing. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be.
Catch one of the world's greatest football derbies.
The Klassiker.
FC Bayern München versus Borussia Dortmund. This Saturday, 12 April at 6:30 p.m. Streaming live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on TTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
I'm Michelle Constant. Join the JSB crew and I every Saturday and Sunday morning between 7 and 10 a.m. We promise to keep you informed and entertained with innovation, culture, cars, travel, life learnings, environment, and of course, your big fat juicy. Small stories, big ideas, massive inspiration. The Jet Set Breakfast on SAFM.
Every person, no matter who you are, what music you're inclined to listen to, and what you do with your weekends. You need a weekend playlist. It's that musical mix of music that accompanies the lazy weekends, whether catching up with friends and family or just taking some time to reflect. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 on SAFM.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And let's get those facts and figures from Jimmy Moyao, hosts the SAFM Market Update. So your show comes up 6 to 7, Jimmy. But important one, here's things. Expats, retirement, SARS. Tell me more.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Yes, there have been some changes that SARS has been making since as far back as 2022 around how they are treating the tax affairs of those that have left South Africa and that are looking to access some of their retirement funds. Now, there were some changes made to some legislation and how they are processing all of these applications, and it looks as though one of the changes that comes into effect tomorrow around some of the refunds that are then processed or requested by expats that have previously had things like retirement funds and all of that in South Africa. So we're going to look at that. We're going to look at the tax complexities behind that with a tax specialist and see if we can make sense of it. And most importantly, we're going to see how it affects the taxpayers or the expats and what they need to do with all of these changes that are coming into effect tomorrow. Then we've also got a conversation with the team at Standard Bank around what it is that they're doing from an SME support base. They are assisting SMEs from a funding perspective, and we're going to be talking about the importance of a viable business plan with the team at Standard Bank around that. We've also got a conversation with the ATNS. They are, of course, the division within the country that is responsible for your air traffic and navigation services. So they sit under the Department of Transport, and we're getting an update on what's been happening with the instrument flight procedures. If you remember a couple of months ago, I think, there were some issues with the instrument flight procedures at multiple airports in South Africa, and because of a lack of maintenance or overdue maintenance, there were some serious concerns raised by the Minister of Transport, Barbara Creecy, around the internal audit that found that there was a lot of safety concerns, and as a result of those safety concerns, some of the airports aren't able to actually accept flights under certain conditions, and that is a very big thing for consumers. It's a very big inconvenience if you suddenly have a flight that is cancelled and you have no idea why it's been cancelled, or the fact that it has been cancelled and there's nothing you can do about it. So we're going to speak to the ATNS about that, the Air Traffic and Navigation Services. We're going to get a sense of what's happening there, what the update is there, and what is being done. And then, because it is a Thursday, we have an SME of the week to get into. And this week's SME is a company called View4You. They've got a very innovative solution that can save you from making a big mistake when you're looking to purchase your next house or your next car or anything of high value. So they offer a very unique service that fits in just before you need to make a big purchase, and they can help you weigh up the pros and cons of that big purchase. They offer an unbiased service, and we're going to speak to them and get a sense of what that service looks like and how much it costs. Before we get to all of that, markets have had a better day. There's been some sort of recovery from the announcement that we got. Of course, we know that after you and I spoke yesterday, after our show yesterday evening, President Donald Trump in the US announced that he would be putting a halt or a freeze for 90 days on all of the tariffs that had been discussed, except, of course, if you were China, in which case the tariffs would go ahead. And that news alone had markets showing some signs of recovery. In fact, the Nikkei was up 9%, the ASX in Sydney was up 4.5%, even the Hong Kong index was up almost 2%. South African markets loved that news. Resources were up 8%, the top 40 was up 4%, the All overall share was up 4%. A lot of this gain came in overnight trade, so I had an eye on the markets going into Asian session, and it looked as though as the announcement came through, markets absolutely rallied from the US session all the way through into Asian session and kept those movements through today. Financials were up 4% and industrials up 2.7% on our side. The US markets have opened in the red at the moment, with the Nasdaq down 4% and the S&P down 3.3%. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what's going to happen later into the evening there. The rand holding steady at 19 rand 50 against the US dollar. It was, of course, closer to 20 rand, and then at the start of the morning it was closer to 19 rand. So kind of trying to find its footing against the dollar, but still weaker against the pound and the euro. One British pound 25 rand 30 cents, 1 euro 21 rand 86. 1 Australian dollar is now above 12 rand. It's 12 rand and 13 cents. 1 Bitcoin is now at 79,700. Sorry, it was above 80,000 a little earlier before you and I jumped on the call, but at 79,700 it is still around 1.55 million where it has been this entire week. So not much of a movement there in terms of rand terms. The gold price absolutely loving the news as well. $3,173 a fine ounce. The Brent crude price back above $60 at $62.60 a barrel. Platinum and palladium not really moving too much. Platinum 939-ish and palladium above 900 at 901. So that was at 888 yesterday when we spoke. So good recovery from a palladium perspective, but still off of where we should be above $1,000 a fine ounce there. So we're going to look at these movements and go into this conversation a little later on around whether or not it is too soon to get happy. Markets don't seem to be trusting that the president in the Oval Office will stick to his word. And until we kind of have more clarity, I think markets are still cautious and they're worried about what could come out next. But we'll discuss these and other matters when we come back a little later on. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Perfect. Perfect. Thanks for that, Jimmy. You enjoy your show, the SFM Market Update, 6 to 7. So it's imminent. And of course, then, Tumi, as you know, hosting the Top Sports Show from 7 to 8. But what's important is I host your show, your points, your thoughts, your fingers on the pulse after this.
Last season's finalists, Basandawana, want to reach another final, but Amakosi believe their fans deserve a special ticket to the final. This is the Nedbank Cup semi-final contest. Kiona! Catch Mamelodi Sundowns versus Kaizer Chiefs on Sunday, 13 April, live streaming on SABC Plus and SABC One at 5:30 p.m. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, I certainly want to know what you think, right? In fact, there's some text messages as well that I'll read before I get to some of the calls. Ashraf, hi, my name is 316. That's your name from Umtata. The drone idea is to watch the borders is great. My only concern is corruption. Money talks, they get paid and released. But I mean, that applies to just about everybody, don't you think? The only way to free South Africa from corrupt enslavement is to rid ourselves of all politics and government. Chapter 2, Clan William. And then we do what? Hashtag Chapter 2. For Yizwa in Parktown, go for it.
Yes, thanks, Ashraf, for taking my call, and thanks to your producer there.
Thank you.
I want to agree with the Comrade Mchunzi Luchuli, because a lot of us are victims of having lost our parents, our grandparents, brothers and sisters in this apartheid war against Africans. And the discrimination, the segregation that our parents, grandparents went through. But up to now, there is no one, in the leadership. But it's not only the ANC's problem. It's international community who wanted to trade. It's white South Africans who didn't want to account. The question of accountability, then these deals that they made without consulting us, the victims. Anyway, I was not yet back from exile. Lastly, on the president's issue, I heard all people that I recommended to you. It's a mail.
a patriarch, so we are tired of patriarchy, and the world is in this mess because of men. Men are the main problem. We need the women for a change.
In fact, they were one or two. I think somebody nominated Naledi Chirwa as one of them. Not nominated. It's like it's their choice. So there has been women.
No. That's what I'm saying. Their
Yeah.
choice. I might be using a different language, but
Yeah.
the fact is that many names that were brought forward were for men. So we need women. And for me, the entire world must change, and women must become.
All right.
president.
I leave
Men
it
are
to you.
making us-
I leave it to you to make well, you are the activist and you're doing that right now. Boizwa, thanks for that. Let's get lucky now in Pretoria. Hello.
Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah,
Thanks
go for it.
the opportunity. Ashraf, I want to comment on the issue of the commission that is supposed to be instituted by the 3 Chapter 9 institutions
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
regarding the Toso case.
Yeah.
If they are going to call the top management of the NPA to come and make representations, they are likely not going to find what they are looking for, because what they are looking for happens at the level of the court. That happens between the investigating officer, the prosecutor, and the people representing the accused. What happens is the following. In the case of Omotoso, the prosecutor deliberately weakened the case, because these days, if you want to make a case disappear, that story of making the docket disappear does not work anymore. Dockets are computerized, so it can be reconstructed. Now they know that you can't go that route. The easiest route is for the investigator to deliberately mislead the investigation, collect facts which are not relevant, and present them to the prosecutor, so that when the prosecutor presents the case in court, he presents a very weak case. It is difficult to prove whether money exchanged hands. The only conclusion that one can come to is that nobody can do that and put his job on the line for nothing. That is the only thing. Yeah, because if they are going to say, prove to us that somebody received money in order to make this case weak, you will not be able to prove because you did not see them.
All right. Yeah.
So, and this does not only apply to the Omotoso case. That is why people go and open cases and later get messages to say that the case has been withdrawn without any explanation.
Well, I mean, it's very clear there's a disconnect, and that disconnect then impacts on service delivery, in this case, the service delivery of justice. So, Lucky, thanks for enlightening us and just giving us the thread of how that works. Appreciate your call. We'll get to Solomon in a moment. In fact, here's one saying, I would appoint Zuko Godimpi. He differentiates between cheese and chalk. Interesting. We didn't say chalk and cheese, right? Cheese and chalk. He has clarity of thought, thus vision, disciplined, and forthright. Do I take it he's below 35? Solomon in KZN, hi.
Ashraf, good evening.
Good evening. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, the reopening of the inquest into the death of both Inkosi Luthuli and Tseng should be welcome. We really do need closure, both from the perspective of the families concerned, but as the nation, as we know that the wishy-washy inquest was conducted by the apartheid regime and a lot of facts were hidden. I think the time lapse, it must be regretted. However, there is a lot of work that requires to be done, which happened during the apartheid era. So it is going to continue on and on as and when time and resources do allow. If you really would take note that even on matters of Holocaust, there are still some inquest and investigation going on. However, on issues that happened in Africa in particular, they are not getting the attention. You remember that King Leopold of Belgium killed over 10 million Congolese. The massacre in Namibia and a whole host of people who died in South Africa, and yet we have not even unearthed the facts. Yeah.
So when you say they don't get the attention, I mean, what do you attribute that to, the lack of attention?
I think there could be a lot to be done. That is the reason, because I don't think the government of the day would simply want to shelve all these horror stories under carpet. There is a lot to be done. We must agree it must be done phase after phase.
Okay, well, there we are. Solomon in KZN, thank you for that. Let's get to some of the... Keep it coming, and if you're regular callers, contributors, to the National Pulse. Welcome, because I certainly want to get a feel of your pulse. But also, if you are calling in for the first time, then go for that too, because we certainly need to know what you think. So here's one on the state of Pretoria.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Afternoon to the listeners. Ashraf, if I have to describe the state of the city now, like it's work in progress, and the mayor is doing a very good job. I just hope she gets all the support she can get and not be sabotaged by the other guys, so that she can keep up doing the great job she's doing. I'm very proud of our mayor. She's doing a good job as someone from Tshwane. Stebo here in Cape Town.
Ah, there we are. Thank you for that. You may be right. She spoke about it as a city in recovery, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. The young guy that I think can be the president or the future president is Ronald Lamola or Ndlozi. Also can be the president. I think it's Jacob from Jamestown.
What's in Ndlozi's age? I'm just trying to think. And Lamola? Ndlozi's been jiving away, by the way. I've been watching some of his videos, just making the point. But who knows? It's not, Ronald Reagan got to acting and then became the president, and others are footballers and become the leaders of their country. So strange things happen. Here's another one about Hani.
Greetings, Ashraf and your team and lovely South Africans. It's Eddie from Onderstress. As the name says, Tembisile, we promised a leader, and that promise was taken away from us. How I wish that the person who triggered a gun on Chris Hani, the person could have rot in jail. But as South Africans, let's continue to live in peace, the peace that Chris Hani advocated. But unfortunately, other people didn't see it that way. Let's continue to build this country and make sure it prospers. Thank you very much.
Eddie, you just sound so positive, and I'm delighted at that. Not that you are 100% right. There's a lot of problems, as you know, but I think positivity does have a purpose of rubbing off onto each other. So if I feel less about my country this morning and I listen to you, I'm like, come on, listen to Eddie. And then suddenly, Eddie, you lift me up and I lift others up. And if we do that collectively, we then take one step to building, to build a champion nation. We need that. Sipho in Pretoria, let's talk about the city of, your city.
Yeah, thanks, Ashraf. I was wondering why always the emphasis is on the city and not on the townships. And I think this thing comes from the DA, because the DA wants to portray themselves as an organization that's doing work for the people. But all that they do is service the white community, where the white peoples are. That is why they only talk about the city, because once you mention the townships, then only then you see that actually that's not true. One of the things that I feel like is being swept under the carpet is the murder rate in the Western Cape. Western Cape is the number one city where the murder rate is high. But you get Helen Zille say no, the Western Cape is the well-run city.
Well, I think you're right. I've made the point as well, and you're right. There are certain regions, townships in the Cape Flats. They are absolute no-go areas. They're just absolute, and whatever the causes are, for some people it's poverty. In their case, it's maybe gang warfare. It doesn't matter what the reasons are. They've been unable to stamp it out for a long time. So, Sipho, your point is noted. Absolutely. Thank you for that, right? Okay, let's get back to further comments from you via WhatsApp text messages. Love the fact that many people, or even voice notes, are sticking to that 30-second maximum. It really helps us get as many more voice notes out as we're doing at the moment. And that really is why we so appreciate it. I think Temba and Keys are going to give me a thumbs up on that too, and Fusani too, yeah.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Edward. Ashraf, for your own information, most of the people who are undocumented in South Africa, they would have come using official channels with passports. Then they overstay there, days in South Africa. So the only way which can stop people being illegal is addressing the push and factors of migration, as well as documenting the undocumented, not those drones.
Documenting the undocumented. Let me try and push in two more very quickly. Yeah.
Believe what these guys are saying. There are no high-tech cameras. What they are interested on is to score tendering, okay? Because in real countries, these are intelligence matters. It's not, they don't go with publicity stunts. You don't talk about these matters because they are of the Secret Service. These guys, they are just creating the false hopes. We know them because it's the ANC. They will buy these machines with billions rand because their intention is to loot. And we know that they love undocumented immigrants. They always support them. Right, thank you.
All right, and maybe the last one I can play now. Wish I could do more, but here's another one about a nomination for the president.
Hi, Ashraf. If I was to choose a young president for this country, it will definitely be Vuyo Zungula. That guy is sound. He is sound, and he is for the development of this country, and he also cares about the previously disadvantaged people, which is namely black people mostly. So I like how he reasons things, and yeah, he's a sound politician, man.
Okay, there we are. Okay, that's the show. Let's leave it at that. Thank you for engaging us all throughout the last 3 hours. Sorry we can't get to every single call or WhatsApp. That's why you need to get in quickly. But you can also tweet even now. Just text us, tag the National Pulse. Well, I'll see it right away. And let me remind you, I mean, think about this thing about the young president. And I don't mean young. I mean 35 and below. Very specific. You must be 35 and below. You got the chance to make one appointment in your life to choose that person as the president. Who would that be? Now, you can't answer it now, but what I'm telling you is talk about it over supper and let me know tomorrow, okay? This is the National Pulse. This has been the National Pulse. We continue the Pulse rate all throughout the day, but right now it's 6 o'clock. Here's Greg Host with the news.
Thank you again, Ashraf. R1 billion in